No, not you.
What? Okay, stream is live on my side, so.
Yeah, it looks like he's joining in a minute by the looks of it.
Yeah. Just sending the stream stuff out to different platforms. And Sir Tiggleson is already in. Yeah, Tig, we're just getting everything set up. We're still waiting for him to join on, and then I'll have to do a little bit of kerfuckling to make sure everything looks decent.
Yeah.
Fair enough, Tig. Can't hear you. Now can hear you.
There we go.
Yep.
Yep. Can hear you now.
Fair warning, we are already live. Just nothing's showing up right now. So don't do anything you don't want people hearing or seeing.
No, I was trying to get Zoom going, and it was just like, do you want to open it here or here? And I was all, I don't know.
You want to open it wherever the fuck it'll open.
Right. So I just want it to work. Thank you all.
We've already got a couple people egging us on.
Excellent.
Hello.
Anyway, before we get properly going, I am going to need to mess with this, actually. That might be fine, as it is.
You need to bring it down a little bit by looks of it.
Yeah.
You're cutting things off, but yeah.
Well, no, I'm not cutting anything off. That, like I said, whenever stuff resizes, it does that.
Yep.
This is why I was saying I can't just have this all set up automatically, because it'll do whatever the fuck it wants to.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all gray. This up. I'll bring that back down. Bring that
Sound on
up.
the phone a sec.
Yes, I already know that you are great at egging people on. It is fine.
Yes.
Okay. Tig, you are an asshole. And don't worry.
He might.
Yeah,
he might kill us quickly. Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm not going to be reacting to chat vocally too much during the actual game itself.
No worries. You want to throw up your Twitch stream up on the Discord so I can go to it?
Actually, if you go to my name, it'll say live.
Ah, there we go.
Yep.
And there's that one. It's the exact same one, basically.
Yeah, I'm streaming to both accounts right now.
Ah.
Yep. It's just easier one person to stream into all of them. Consistent.
Okay, it's also easier because I'm the one who set this shit up already.
But it's not that, it's consistent because it'll be the same setup on both of them rather than me having a slightly different one because I set up Zoom differently than you do.
Well, you set up everything different than I do. That's normal.
Ah,
Yep.
okay.
Okay, now go here.
So having the videos at least reasonably consistent will be better.
Everyone sets their own stuff up a little differently.
So yeah.
Cool.
Oh well, it'll be fine.
Hopefully it'll be fine.
We hope. We gonna see your wife today, or?
Who knows if she shows up or not.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things where she may or may not join us. Who knows?
Yeah, I gotcha.
But if she does, she does. If not,
Yeah.
oh well.
If possible, you might need to change my token name to my character name.
Yeah, and same with mine.
No worries. All right, so you guys can see the Roll20 on your screens there.
Hold on, I'm trying to get it up on this.
Mainly just going to use it for dice rolls today.
Yep.
And so for notes and stuff like that. So.
Which means I want to open my character sheet and put it in a pop out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to mess with that too. Okay, that is no. Okay, that did not work the way I was hoping it would. So we'll just have to do it this way. Capture, smart select. This. Yeah, and this is exactly what I thought might end up happening. Shit.
Got to resize everything.
Well, no, as soon as I change any little thing, everything has to be changed. Because just how this decides it wants to work.
Yeah. And by the way, all I can see is a tiny bit of concrete and black.
Yeah, I can see some stuff.
I can't see shit.
Oh, so dynamic lighting.
Yeah, we'll see. Let me take a look here.
Even though my guy's got dark vision, god damn it.
The pox took your eyes away.
My guy does have pox, you're not wrong.
Yes, he does. Okay. Bring this over there.
Night vision. You do not emit low light.
Yeah, because I'm a dwarf, I actually get dark vision, which is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, dark vision is nice.
It's certainly useful.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to be useless in that case. Everyone could use a little bit of dark vision. That's kind of why we like, fire and, seeing shit that we're going towards.
Yeah, I don't need fire to see. It's great.
It just means I throw fire in your face and it'll work great.
Yeah.
It's a type of dark vision. It's, no dark vision whatsoever anymore.
It just means it won't make any difference to me. I can see you regardless, so...
All right, you want to check your character now? You should have that showing up as your
I can
dark
see.
vision set. You can see. All right.
Okay. Should I be able to see what he sees or no?
No, unfortunately, you're human. You don't have night vision.
No. Like, he moved and I was able to see where...
That wasn't me, but yes.
Oh. Okay. I saw where...
That one's me moving.
Yeah, I
And
saw
yeah,
wherever that token was, and I was able to see what he could see. Now I can't see anything Wayne sees, so...
Yeah, it's
Maybe that
working
was
properly
just-
because I can see the area moving around mine now.
Yeah.
All right. However, I do believe you have a torch. I think that's what we set up for you.
Huh?
Let me double check here. No. All right.
Yeah, most characters actually don't start with a torch, which is really dumb.
Yeah, mine doesn't
Right.
have the torch.
You'd think that'd be standard fucking kit. Here, have a torch.
Well, same with, like, you know, rations. I only saw one of them. Oh, I can't see. Fuck all! It's blinded!
Good.
Fuck you.
Perfect. That means that I have the
It's working
dynamic
correctly.
lighting set up. Good.
Stupid Hume.
Right? Alright,
Dwarf,
so...
you're not supposed to be racist to humans. We are somewhat allies. We do not want to kill each other. You want to go kill the elves.
I want to kill the elves as well, don't get me wrong.
I think everyone wants to kill the elves.
Yeah.
I will say.
Depends which
nothing.
elves you're on about, though.
That's true.
High elves, yes. High elves need to get, you know, kicked in the throat, kicked in a ditch, burned
High
up.
elves are just pompous assholes.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are higher than thou, and they need to get cut down into little pieces.
Yeah. And dark elves are just sadomasochistic assholes.
Yeah.
And wood elves are just tree-hugging hippie scumbags.
Tree-hugging hippie scumbags.
Yep.
I need to. Oh, that's wiped up.
They sort of are tree-hugging hippie scumbags, though. I mean, the best friends are literally, what, talking trees?
Hey, trees have very nice conversations.
Okay.
Alright,
Okay,
just checking
why-
something here. There we go.
Why is this not showing up? Oh, that's why. Duh.
Chat is a little overlapped by Roll20 on stream, FYI.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, I saw that. That's what I've been messing with.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Yeah.
I can go
It just takes a few
there.
minutes for us to set this shit up at the beginning. It can be
Yeah.
annoying at times.
No, that's understandable.
It's like if I were to do. Let's see. There we go. That should be fine.
Yep. Looks about right.
Need to see it. Okay, good.
And then, obviously, wall of text. It looks like you rolled your face across the keyboard, but yes.
It was my fingers, but no, I needed to see it. Needed to see the text wrap around to make sure it actually went under
I know.
where it was and not off to the side somewhere. Is that blocking? Fuck it is. God damn it. Okay, shrink this by a little bit, and I can put that there, put this there, put this over there. Do that. Stop snapping. I'd really much rather you stop that. Okay. Restring chat, I need you to be above everything. Okay, so if I click off. There we go. Okay, so we're only going to have 3 messages at a time right now.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
Only 3.
only 3 showing up at a time. Like, at most, if they're single line stuff.
Oh, okay. That's strange.
No, it's not. It's just how things go.
It's just 'cause how small the box is.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Alright.
Yeah, no, if you look at the right side, it actually... Or, yeah, the bottom right, it's showing
It's
up.
because he has it on his show up on his actual physical stream side of things. But a lot of people don't bother because
No,
it
a
can
lot of
become
people
a
do
mess.
bother. A lot of people do bother, Wayne. You just haven't messed with it much.
No, I do watch a lot of streams, like
No, you watch a lot of streams, but how many streams of, like, shooters and shit do you watch? Not very many. huh?
none because they're dull as fuck.
See, you say that, but that's some of the shit that people get a lot of views on.
Yep, and all that chat is usually 12-year-old little fuckbags being annoying scum.
Uh,
You can't even say that's not right.
did I say a word? Oh god damn it! That is not what I wanted. To some? No, no,
To
no.
some degree? What do you mean to some degree?
No. Most chatters in any FPS game are almost like 80% fucking 12-year-olds.
If not more, yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna tell him. I tell him.
Yeah, literally. People who sound like they've been kicked in the nuts.
No, they've just had someone grab their nuts, yank, and twist.
So basically, Michael Jackson's walking alongside them.
Nah, he put it in his mouth, but you know.
Yeah.
There we go.
Strange. All right. So, have any of you guys been to Ubersreich in Warhammer?
Yes.
No. My guy's literally not quite there yet.
You're not wrong. He's still out in the fucking road.
Yeah. I
Anyway,
am still in the middle of fucking nowhere, somewhere in the forest.
In our other campaign, all but him have been to Ubersreich, but we haven't really seen much of the city. We kind of did a quick walkthrough of what we saw, and that was about it.
Okay. No worries then. All right, pulling up your character sheets here, so that I have them as well.
Yep.
All right, so today will be the adventures of Ignis Krim and Drux Ironbeard.
Uh-huh.
Sweet. We have an engineer and a busker.
And what?
Yep.
A street entertainer.
Aye.
All right, so let's
I
go
knew
ahead.
exactly what you meant by busker.
I didn't.
Right, yeah, I'm American, but I watch a lot of
Yeah,
shit on
it's more of
TV,
a
so-
British thing. Yes.
Yeah.
America.
Merca.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Anyways, so what I would like to do now is test the rolling here. So why don't you guys go ahead and roll for initiative?
Oh, okay.
Okie dokie.
Just click on your token and then go to your character sheet, do all that.
Ah, sorry, I forgot to click on my token first.
And then it's the initiative. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, it's that one.
Well, yeah, it's the one underneath
Gotcha.
the movement. Yep. Oh, you have the 3D rolling on, huh?
Yeah, of course do. It is more interactive.
I turned it off because the annoying noise it makes.
Well, that's your
Right?
fault.
Yeah. Keep it on you on. I just turned it off because it got annoying very quickly.
Alright. I'm going to change your plate names to your character names, if
Okay.
you guys don't mind.
Yep.
So that way when we do the... I got a whole city I'm building in Roll20 right now, so it's kind of a...
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
I'll call you...
'Cause I'm
Drux.
assuming most of our games are going to be in the center of Ubersreich by the sounds of it.
Yeah, since that's the main thing at the time.
Yep,
Although-
it's the main hub in the book, if I remember correctly, Ubersreich.
No.
Yeah, I got tons of books from basically all the editions, so I can pretty much go anywhere. But for right now, I like to keep it sort of
Mhm.
in pace with this edition, 4th edition, that is.
Yeah.
All right. You guys don't hear any music, do you?
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
Let me get that. I've been having some issues with the music on Roll20. Don't know why. But sometimes like, I'll
every time
hear
we-
it, but no one else will hear it.
Every time we've played around with it, it doesn't work properly.
Yeah, I just like for now I found a no copyright music thing on.
Yeah,
and I just
and
have it playing in the background.
it's a pain in the ass to use for streaming because, yeah, copyright crap.
Anything
Yeah. Okay.
anything that's got any kind of copyright on it will kill the entire fucking thing.
It'll just mute
Yeah.
the entire stream, basically.
Yeah.
Sadly. I know that you can use the stuff that's in Roll20 music-wise, but like sound effects stuff they have built into it.
Yeah.
But
No,
sometimes it can be a bit of a pain when it decides not to work.
Yeah. At some point, I need to just go to like OC Remix and find some good like
Tavern music and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting about it until it's too damn late.
Yep.
Yeah, that's understandable. Okay, so let me get you guys set up here. Should be good to go here in just a minute.
That's fine. On all sessions tend to drag on at least an hour before we start because of all the crap we end up doing.
Yeah, Tig.
Yeah, with my other group, we usually try and start an hour early because we bullshit for about an hour and a half, and then we start playing.
No. This is
Yeah.
Tig and his bud just they actually hang out at Tig's house to do it, using 2 separate machines. And,
oh, nice.
Well, they sometimes decide, oh, we're gonna get food. Oh, wait, food's gonna take us, an extra half hour before we get back. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, happens.
Yeah, that does happen. All right. So now that we got that rolling, that seems to work well.
Yes, Tig, you got on better about it. It's mostly Clegg's fault now.
Yeah, true. I think
Or
last
DM.
time was mine. I think
It's
last
mostly
time
our
was
DM's
mine.
fault. Yeah.
Last time it was mine, but it wasn't entirely
Yes, it
my
was.
fault. They
It's always your fault.
No, fuck you. I ordered groceries and they took too damn long to get the 5 fucking things that were all in the same damn aisle.
That's just because you're a lazy ass and you can't be asked going to get them yourself.
Yeah, pretty much. What? I'm more than willing to spend an extra $5-10 for someone to go to the grocery store and bring that shit to me, so I don't even have to worry about putting boots on.
Yep. I just do that shit myself.
Yeah, but
On the way home from work or something, because, you know.
We've established I'm lazy.
So I just do it on the way home from work.
We've established I'm lazy. That requires making an additional couple turns, and that's too much work.
And mine's even worse, 'cause I got to do it on the back of a fucking motorbike. Trying to fit all your shopping on that.
Yeah, gee, it's kind of why I have a car and not a bike.
It's fine.
That's funny.
Have you seen how much shit I've crammed into the back of my fucking bike before? You'd understand.
All right. I do believe I have everything set up here. Hopefully. I've only used this thing for like 1,700 hours. You'd think I'd know it by now.
No, they keep changing shit.
Got that. Okay.
Yeah. That's all right, though.
Yeah, I can't remember how many hours I've used it for. It's a fair few.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I'll read a little bit here, get you guys set up, and then we'll get it going. So, the striking fortress town of Ubersreich is situated between the gloomy gray mountains and the depths of the Reichwald forest. The town guards the Grey Lady Pass through to Bretonia and is one of the busiest trading centers of the empire. A mighty dwarf-built bridge that spans the red waters of the River Topol stands at its center. This impressive crossing connects important trade roads from across the empire and beyond. However, for all its importance, Ubersreich is in turmoil. Sigismund von Jungfried, if I butchered that so, his former duke, was recently stripped of his title by the emperor, for uncertain reasons. Those perceived as too loyal to the old duke were removed from office, leaving a power vacuum that is yet to be filled. Soldiers from the distant capital of Altdorf now patrol the town and the surrounding province. This stirs deep resentment from suspicious locals. However, you two awaken in a cell that's packed with other people. The night's adventure is nothing but a blurred haze of alcohol, music, more alcohol, dancing, and a lot more alcohol. As you awaken, you feel these swollen, bruised eyes, a constant pain in your head, tells a tale of fisticuffs and broken bar stools. You do not remember the city guard throwing you in a cell and dousing you with water.
Okay.
Anyways, you hear your names being called by a woman. As you open your eyes, hang on, what's that? Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying something.
That's good. I was just going to reply to what you said, that's all.
Oh, no worries. A little bit more here and we'll get things set up. Anyways, as you open your good eye, you notice that there is a rather attractive woman wearing very nice clothing. And she seems to be holding a book, sitting on a like a makeshift little table, and she has an ink well and a pen. She kind of looks at you two, everyone else in the cell, and she goes, "My name is Osano Fernandez. I'm a barrister. I've been looking into last night's events. I have a multitude of eyewitnesses saying that you," and she kind of like does a general look in your guys' direction, "were at the Fire Maiden Tavern, and that you started a fight that rampaged into a bar brawl that went out into the street and apparently burned down the building."
Well, if someone starts a fight with me, I'm going to continue beating their ass.
Legitimately, my guy is going to sniff himself, and I need to know: do I smell like fresh fires?
All right. As you take you kind of give a whiff of yourself, and yeah, you smell like smoke. You also smell like beer. There's a hint of maybe pig. You're not quite sure, but it doesn't smell very good, and you are sort of messy.
Okay, that sounds... Did a trick go out of... Did I do something wrong last night? What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, did I win the fight at least?
You ask her this?
Yeah.
Of course he's gonna ask her that.
All right.
What do you say? Did I win the fight at least?
She looks at you and she's like, "Well, to some, I believe you may have. We do have quite a few of the people who are involved in the infirmary at the moment. Few were stabbed with broken bottles. Others have a few broken bones here and there, but I believe that the fight is lost on everyone. You see, the owner of the Fire Maiden isn't exactly happy with you and your group and the patrons that were there." And she starts writing things down in that book that she has. And she goes, "I'm kind of curious. How did two people burn down one of the most prestigious taverns and cause over 20 plus patients?"
Question: do we actually know each other or not?
Yeah, that is actually...
You can if you want. That's totally up to
Your
you
call,
guys.
Drux, then. I can work with that if you want to do that. I can work without us having a clue who the fuck each other are. Your call on that.
I'd say we don't know each other to begin with.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Who the hell's this guy?
I'm still trying to figure out what the hell I did wrong with the trick, and when I started a trick, and what the hell did I do last night?
Yeah, I can't remember much. So who the hell's this guy, and why are we in here?
She kind of like sits back in her chair, kind of crosses her arms in front of her, and she goes, "You'd think that with everything that went on, or at least that's what I was told, you would know each other. You seem to have been, how should I say this? Rather friendly with each other, from what the eyewitnesses say.
I have no idea who this is, so again, I don't remember last night very much either.
All right.
What'd you say your name was? Person?
All right. You see a stout dwarf.
No, I'm talking to her. I'm actually pointing at
Oh,
her.
her, okay.
Basically, what my
Got it.
guy's doing is he's patting himself down. He's looking
Okay.
through his cloak, trying to find something right now. What'd you say your name was last? Where the hell?
What? She's like, my name is Osada.
Right. Question. Where's my... Have you seen a little pouch about yay big?
All of your items have been confiscated currently.
Is there a pouch about yay big in my items? It is important.
She looks over at... she kind of looks past like the wall that you can see because you're in your cell and she's on the outside. So she looks over and she kind of waves someone, and you see a younger guard kind of walk up, and she's like... They start talking to each other in their ear, just hush whispers, and he kind of gives a nod, and he goes, and she goes, we've tried to catalog everyone's items, all of their personal effects, in various containers.
And Fraulein, I better get all my work stuff back at least. I need my tools and that when we get out of here.
If there was a fire, that pouch... I need to know how much is in that pouch. Because that could have potentially been a complete and utter mistake on my part.
Are you a pyro or something?
What?
Yeah, she kind of flips back a few pages in the book, and she goes, let's see, you were the fire dancer last night, is that correct?
No, fire performer. I do not dance.
She kind of takes her pen, scratches out performer. Okay.
Okay. As to your vulgar pyro, no. Flame and I have a very deep understanding of each other. Unfortunately, I may have been a little hasty in a new process, and I don't
So what
know
you're saying is you might have burnt the bar down and I have nothing to do with it other than punching people out and breaking bones, which is part of our life.
That unfortunately, what I have is not combustible on its own. You have to treat it a certain way to make it combustible. So there's only one way that would happen, and that's if someone got into my pouch, put enough breath into it, and had it near an open flame. And if that's what happened, then the poor bastard's probably part ash right now. Oh boy.
After about another minute or two, you see that guard come back, and he's holding a small wooden box. And he starts rifling through it, and he lifts up what you've described as your pouch.
Okay. I need one of you to open it. It's not dangerous. It's not going to burn you, bite you, nothing. There's nothing in there that could hurt you. But I need one of you to open the pouch and make sure that there's only half of the bag full, we'll say.
All right, you see the guard, he kind of looks at Osana, and she looks up at him, and she's like, well, open it. And he's like, yes, ma'am. And is it like tied, or is it, he just sort of like undoes it and opens it up?
1 second. I actually have a bag that is a perfect example of it.
Perfect.
It's obviously not going to be this size, but
this guy's going to get his eyebrows burnt off or something.
No, there's nothing in there that's going to light on fire, damn it. It's basically something like this, and it's sealed up like that.
Gotcha.
So to open it, it's literally just a matter of you stick
just
your thumbs
opening.
in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of like fiddles with it a little bit. He's got like thick leather gloves on, and he's got armor on, And,
yeah.
Kind of opens it up, and he's like,
there's just white powder in there. Is basically.
All right. Yeah, he kind of like, he doesn't get close enough for you to grab it, but he puts it near the ground so you can look into it. And he's like, is this how much
Okay,
in
okay.
here. And
It wasn't
what,
me.
What are your contents?
It was not me. It's fine. Okay. Wasn't me screwing up a thing.
Are you sure? Hair.
Huh? What?
You not speak common? Hair means, sir. What is your name? You know.
I'm sorry.
The moniker in front of your name.
Sorry. Ignis Krim. That's my name. That is all that I made yesterday. It couldn't have been used if it's all in that pouch. Oh, okay.
Right, you notice that she flips back in her pages to where she was, and she starts writing down what you guys are talking about. Very, very studious. And she's just like, doesn't really say anything. She just, you guys are talking, and she's just writing things down.
Yeah. Fraulein, how
And,
long till we get out of here?
And she's like, well, here's the thing. With the recent events of the Duke being, removed from power, and the Altdorf soldiers here are now trying to maintain peace in the city. Unfortunately, most of the guard and followers of the Duke either perished or were hung on the outer walls.
That's okay.
Well,
It's a little...
We have a slight issue. The fact that all of the eyewitnesses say you two were involved in the burning of the building and all of the damages.
It couldn't have made me. The only thing I have that could light anything on fire is in that pouch. And as it is, it cannot burn anything.
I mean, I'm not saying I wasn't involved in a bar brawl, because it's me. I get into a lot of these, but setting things on fire, not my style.
While we're talking, would I be able to roll anything to try and remember anything throughout the night? See if I can get even just a glimpse at, a shred of anything to try and help.
All right, so you're really going to try and focus and see if you can bring up any memories of the evening. All right. I will go ahead and let you roll a intelligence test.
Intelligence? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. What did I do last night? What did I do?
Ouch.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
As you try and remember, you're just kind of like, what happened? What happened? You start thinking, and like the haze of the evening kind of kicks in. This sort of like fog in your memory rolls over you, and you remember a shit ton of alcohol, dancing with the various people. You were entertaining. You were doing what you do. You were trying to
make money,
bring joy to people, and make money. However, you remember a lot of shit happening that it just escalated so fast you can't really place what started it.
Mm-hmm. Fraulein, was my brothers and Da there by any chance?
And she kind of looks back at her papers and she's like, we do have some eyewitnesses saying there was other dwarves with you. However, they left earlier in the evening. And she kind of flips back to where she was.
Sounds like they missed a good fight.
And she's like,
oh well.
They'd be in here as well.
Yeah, they still enjoyed it. Nothing wrong with a good bar fight now and again.
She reaches up and she scratches her forehead and leaves like this huge black ink mark on her side of her face.
You get a little something.
She looks at you guys and she's like, looks at her hand, and like you notice that her hands are just covered in like dried ink, like just stains everywhere. Like she's just writing so much. Mm-hmm. And she's like, here's the problem.
Okay.
Currently, we have multiple eyewitnesses saying that you two caused everything. We have many people in the infirmary requesting judiciary punishment. However, yes?
Did they mention how the fire was started? Because that would kind of determine whether or not I even had anything to do with this, though. For the simple fact of I mean, you can look through my stuff. I don't have anything that inherently burns a building.
Can I sort of think back as well and see if I remember how the fire started?
All right, go ahead and give me an intelligence roll.
Yeah, because if you want, I can actually show you how to make that powder burn. I don't need much. I don't need to be near anyone.
Wow.
Boom.
It's not.
You see the guard. The guard looks at you and he's like, he's still holding the bag because he wasn't told to put it down. And he's like,
it's not dangerous. Nothing I do will be dangerous to anyone.
He just sort of ties the end. No, he doesn't tie the end. He like looks over at Osana and he's like, what do you want to do? And she looks back at him. She's like, well, we're not in court yet. Fine, a small demonstration. And like, he holds the bag out. And he's like, what do you need to do?
Do one of you have a spoon or something? Just
right.
A simple spoon. It's something where I can put a little bit of the powder on it, and that.
All right, she kind of looks around. You see the guard looks at Osana, and he's like, hang on. And like, he pulls out, like, looks like a small leather pouch. It's like his own personal, like, cutlery set that he uses for, like, dinners. And he pulls out a small, like, wooden spoon. And he's like, I want this back. And he hands it to you.
If you burn my eyebrows off, I'm going to thump you.
Step back, you tiny dwarf.
I just stand there, like, you call me tiny dwarf one more time, I'm also going to thump you.
I'll take the spoon. I dip. I intentionally don't put my extra hand near there. I grab a little bit of this powder out. What it basically, for your knowledge, it's cornstarch, effectively.
Okay.
It's ground up corn. Just really fine. I take it, I dump it in my mouth, and then I just say, I've got it basically stashed on the side of my mouth. All right. There a torch somewhere in the room, or a candle, or anything?
Yeah, the guard looks over. He walks away. You hear him pull something off the wall. Comes back and he's got his torch.
Okay. And I hold my hand out and say, I just need you to either hold that about here, or to let me hold it, and I'm going to hold it about here.
All right. You see Osana kind of moves out of the way, takes the table and all of her stuff, moves it to the side. I want you... Go ahead and roll me perform.
Perform?
With a plus 20.
All right, let me find that.
Or entertain, sorry.
You want my entertain or perform? Because I've got both.
Oh, that's right, you do have both, that's right.
Yes,
Go ahead and roll perform, yeah.
Okay. And you said with a plus 20?
Yep.
Ba-doom. Yay!
All right.
Okay, and all I end up doing is I only have a little bit of this powder in my mouth. So it's not gonna be enough to have a big fireball or anything. But I place myself and I just blow real hard, real quick, and make a about bowling ball sized fire plume in front of me. Just
all right. You do this, and the guard, he's like, oh, looks at Osana. She's like, I see. So she starts writing things down, and she's like, so the powder needs to be ignited with a fire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She's like, she flips back, and she goes, sorry. Let me go to Drux here with his awesome intelligence roll.
Mm-hmm.
As this whole thing is going on, as you're trying to concentrate and focus on the events of last night, you remember quite a few people were dancing on tables, as they do. However, one of the tables fell, you see part of it break and people fall off, which is pretty normal in most situations. However, this cascaded along the entire tavern, and then people just started hitting each other, just started punching each other. They didn't know what was going on. A lot of loud noises were happening, and for some strange reason, you don't quite remember exactly what happened. The large hearth fire that was in the tavern just almost exploded. It just, something happened, and it just boom, and everyone just started panicking. Fire started shooting out everywhere, hitting the walls, and it's you see the spots small on the wood, and just grows really big, and it just escalates almost exponentially, just like this fire shooting out everywhere. Kind of like if someone threw fireworks in the fire.
Okay.
And,
Well,
and you see, I needed an external flame, and that little bit of powder. Oh, here's your spoon back. I did not put it in my mouth. You saw? It's fine.
He's like,
We're good. We're good.
this won't do anything, right? And he's trying to rub it, like extra rubbing on it, trying to make sure it's clean.
If you don't believe me that it won't catch fire, hold just the bowl of the spoon over the flame. It won't do nothing. I promise you.
You want me to hold my wooden spoon over a flame?
Well, not long enough to burn it. Just long enough to show that
You can tell
it's
this
not
guy
going to
isn't.
combust.
You can tell this guy isn't very smart.
Yes, but I'm also a little bit odd. So I mean, I'm used to dealing with people not trusting me, and
he does it for a second, and he
see.
all right.
Nothing happened.
Puts it back in
You're
his
fine.
pouch and.
Lassie, I remember some of what happened last night. I remember people dancing on
finally.
tables falling over, people getting into a brawl after dancing and the tables falling, and then something exploded in the fire hearth. Don't know what it was.
Explosions.
I
That's
just
business.
remember the fire hearth basically exploding and fire darting everywhere.
Yeah, I don't have anything for that.
She's writing this down. She goes,
And then everyone panicking, and then the brawl took its way out to the main street, people blaming each other, people fighting.
all right. She writes down your recently remembered confession. And
I have no problems being blamed for the brawl, but I'm not being blamed for things blowing up and going on fire.
fair enough. She kind of writes this down, and she goes, normally we would hold you for trial and then let the judge, decide what to do with you.
But
She's like, you're muttering yes?
it just I didn't do anything. I mean,
It sounds like he's on something.
says the dwarf, and the dwarves like to drink and fight. I'm not a fighter. I perform. Ask people. I was probably doing something. I don't know. I know for a fact I don't have anything that goes kaboom.
I just put my hand on my head and shake it like,
Nothing I have goes kaboom.
why? Why do I have to get stuck in the cell with the idiot?
I don't know what's
Some
wrong
of the
with
people in the cell with you, they start murmuring amongst themselves, and one guy walks up and is like, kind of leans over on the bars, and he goes, "Yeah, oh there, let me help you out a bit." And he kind of looks around. He goes, "I saw him do it. One of them threw something in the fire."
You better not be accusing me there, laddie.
I wouldn't throw anything in the fire. That's disrespectful to the fire. No.
Well, you see the guy, he goes, "Yeah. Nah, he punched me in the face." Like he's got like this huge, like swollen eye. His nose looks busted. And he's pointing at the dwarf. And he goes,
I just smile and say, yeah, good times.
So you remember punching him in the face, dwarf?
I punched a lot of people in the face.
But you remember this. I don't even remember getting into a fight. All I remember is nothing.
I also remember
smell like fire, but I'll
that if
smell
this
gas.
idiot keeps on talking, there's going to be another one.
he's like, "Oh no, dwarf. I'm not looking for another fight. You've proven yourself. I'll tell you that much. However," and he looks back at the other people, like they're not near you guys. They're kind of huddled back in the cell as far as they can. He goes, "All my mates here, we're at the fire maiden." He's like, "We saw what happened." He's like, "Of course it was a good bar fight, but to say that we're the problem, that's not true." And Osana, she's just writing things down, and she goes, "I see. Your name, sir?" And looks at me and goes, "Willem. You call me Willem." And she writes it down. And then she goes, "Very well. We'll be speaking with each and every one of you here shortly. In the meantime, and she kind of leans back in her chair, she's like, "Gods, take these two to the other room." You see like 10 guys kind of walk out, and they got like, they look like standard guards. They got like the red and white plume on their head, and they one guy comes up and he opens up the door, and he's like, you two. Points to Drux and Ignis, and he goes, "We're going to be moving you out here.
Fine.
Don't worry."
Why the stupid peacock feathers?
He's like, looks down at you and he goes, "It's my rank."
So your rank is peacock?
He's like, "That's enough out of you, dwarf."
It just seems silly.
As they're doing this, I'm basically just ready to go. I'm kind of just.
Oh, I start walking. It's just a case of I just.
But
you're
mocking the guys.
Silly.
You're mocking the guys who are keeping us in here. I don't know why you're doing that. That's
No. I'm just mocking this guy because he's got a silly peacock feathery plumy thing on his head.
I think that he could leave you in here, or put you in a worse place. I'm gonna follow them. I don't know. Like.
You see one of the guys. He holds out manacles and he puts them over your hands, your
Aw.
wrists, and then he manacles the dwarf as well. And
This is a lot less fun than
now.
last time.
he goes, "All right, now you follow me."
Yeah. Lead on.
And you see they kind of like surround you guys, and they start walking you out of the building. You see, as you walk out, you see Osana packs her books, takes her quill, kind of cleans it off in her hand, and then puts it away, and she starts following you guys.
Yeah. I also, why so many guys just for us two?
The guardian goes, "Well, we have multiple people saying that you've literally beat up about 20 people."
While we're walking down this hall, I am looking at the cuffs because of the thing that my guy said, but I'm also looking at my hands too. Are my hands? Does it look like I've been in a fist fight recently?
All right. As you examine your hands, you notice that they are heavily bruised on the knuckles. You are obviously hitting something. You don't have it doesn't really give you any detriment to your movement or dexterity. It's just you notice that you have like bruised knuckles.
Yeah. It looks like I punched something in the face.
You have obvious like defensive marks on like your forearms from trying to block attacks.
This is
I mean, it looks like you were at a scrap.
Yeah.
So manacles and freaking bruises. This is.
Yeah. I'm assuming them guys
This is
weren't
not
in
like
armor,
last
and
time.
you guys got armor on. So, again, why so many of you?
It's like, we would have more if we could afford more. Anyways,
Whatever.
one of you accused of using witchcraft, and he looks over at Ignis.
I'm gonna say you didn't realize I'm a dwarf. I don't use magic.
It's like,
And nothing
I know,
I have is magical. I have no magic. I could teach anyone in here, anyone back there, how to do exactly what I showed you in there. It's not magic. It's just. It's something I was taught from home.
he kind of like, all right. Anyways, I got my orders. And he takes you guys out into a different area. And you see, as they open the door out of this particular cell block area, there's a ton of people just like sitting in lines. There's like, see multiple like makeshift desks with like people like scribes writing things down. And you hear, "Hey, that's the guy that hit me. Look at him. He hit me."
I'm there, and my manacle's like, ha.
You hear some guy like, you see him like he just nudged to the shoulder, and he's like, no, that was him. He hit me. Hey, right there. And he's pointing over at Drux.
I'm just there.
Drux flips him off. And
Come
he's
get
like,
some.
"Oh, you, if you didn't have your friend with his little bits of things, I don't know what you're doing, but I want to beat you in a fight, dwarf. I want to beat you in a fight." And then
Dwarf, you had a friend. You had a friend.
I start walking towards him as well now with my manacles. I don't care. I just start walking towards him.
as soon as you make any aggressive motion towards this particular human, the guards just sort of like step around you, and he's like, "See, that's why I told you we need more guards."
You see,
Come on.
he's challenging me. Just let me hit him once
He's like,
for being an asshole.
"Looks like you've hit him quite plenty this evening."
Well, obviously he
we're
deserved
going,
it. He's still being an asshole now, so I want to hit him again.
as this is going, I'm basically just starting to rattle the manacles a little bit, going, okay, this is still a lot less fun. Like, can we move it on? I'd rather get these off.
The guards that are surrounding you, you hear the accuser apparently, and yeah, they take you into a back room, and it's a lot smaller. There's a few chairs, and the couple guards kind of stand in the corners, and then you see Osana kind of walks in. She sits down across from the both of you, and two of the guards. There's two guards in there. The rest of the guards leave, and she sits down and she pulls out a different book out of her pack. Pulls out her quill and ink, kind of sets it up on the table.
I've got to ask while we're here, how long until I can get a shower? Because I stink like a pig's ass.
Well, she looks at you and she goes, on that note, we'll perhaps we'll have showers later. In the meantime, I brought you here to discuss a few matters with the inconsistencies of the eyewitnesses. I didn't want to say anything out there, so I brought you here.
Okay.
I promise, I do not have anything that can go kaboom. The only thing I had that could do any kind of fire is in that pouch. It's corn.
And I'm a dwarf. Everyone knows dwarves are
Explosive
stalwart and
bastards.
truthful folk. So what's the problem?
And she's like,
I admitted being part of the brawl quite happily. I didn't set things on fire though.
Don't dwarves have the ability to cause shit to go kaboom? Or at least how to make things that go kaboom?
well, he's an engineer and he knows all about black powder.
No, like my guy is
Yeah,
muttering.
I know
this.
how to. I know
Like,
how to make.
my guy's muttering, going, like,
I know how to make things go kaboom, but
Then-
it was a bar brawl. It's not like I'm going to do that. I'm a dwarf.
maybe
Dwarves are known to be very honourable and very truthful. I quite happily beat the crap out of these guys. You saw that asshole out there. I was going to quite happily beat the shit out of him in front of everyone there for calling me out and being an asshole.
She's like, yes, I saw your little dispute.
Yeah.
However, I must discuss something else with you. I do have a few eyewitnesses saying that you did not indeed start the fight last night, and that you did not burn down the fire maiden.
then why am I still in here? I need to go out there. Otherwise, I'm going to be sleeping under the freaking stars again.
And she looks at you, Ignis, and she goes, understandable. I know that the jail cell is not the most comfortable thing, but
Jail cells are better than freaking sleeping out in the rain.
true.
I
However,
just miss being at the forge.
perhaps there'll be a way to ease things. But what I need now is I need you both to roll me a intuition check. Just a straight roll.
Intuition. Intuition. I'm assuming that's on skills and talents.
Yep.
Yeah, skills and talents.
Oh, good. Okay.
Right, Ignis, you're too distracted by the handcuffs and the situation that you're in. You
And
have
apparently
this-
being high as a kite and mumbling to yourself.
No, I'm just
yes,
weird.
your emotions, just your general demeanor, you're just sort of distracted by a few things.
Yeah.
The manacles are abnormally heavy. Like they don't look like they'd weigh the amount they do, but then they got some weight to them.
Yeah, that's weird. Like, what the hell?
We feel
Anyways.
human.
Drux, you notice that Osana seems to be fidgeting a little bit. She kind of seems to be looking around. You also notice that she has a different, like the quill pen she had before, this one has a different feathered color to it. and she seems to be writing on not her book, but a separate piece of paper.
Okay, so I say, what's the deal then, lassie? Because obviously we've been brought to one side. You've obviously got something either you want us to do or something along them lines. So let's cut to it, and you tell us what we need to do to get out of here.
All right. She goes, well, there is something that we may be able to resolve this issue. You see, the judge is issuing a standard 3-year service in the Guard. However, I had to turn a cat, and I was like, I don't have a cat. Maybe my kids are out there watching a show with cats. I don't know.
Fair enough.
But she's like, I do have a few, how should we say, patrons who have lost quite a few of their assets during the takeover of Ubersreich. And she kind of looks around and she looks at the 2 guards and she goes, these 2 are mine. They're loyal to me. And one of my eyewitnesses is interested to know how things really got started there at the Fire Maiden. So, you have an option. You can either work with me and my patron, or serve your sentence.
What's the pay? That's what. That's.
All right. She kind of sits back and she goes, "Well, here's the thing. Normally, the judge wanted you dead. He is tired of dealing with the rambunctious crowds. He is tired of dealing with everything. He's been appointing the death sentence to almost every single crime I've seen him be the judge of." And she kind of like scratches her head again. She seems very like almost worn out, just tired. You get the feeling that she's been the one interviewing all of the eyewitnesses. She's been the one taking notes of everything. And she looks at you and she kind of like sits back, sets her quill down. She goes, I'm just going to be honest with you. I personally don't see any value in the 2 of you, but my patron does.
And who made his patron be by any chance?
She's like, unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to say. Your dealings will be with me or one of my 2 associates.
So we're supposed to work for a patron we never meet, and work through.
I didn't say you would never meet him. Let's just say he wants to stay.
We may or may not meet him, but we're supposed to work for him. I've never worked for someone where I didn't, I couldn't share an ale with him. That seems weird.
She kind of looks at you 2 and she goes, all right. She takes out that piece of paper she was writing on and she kind of slides it over the table.
Towards us?
Towards you guys, yep.
Well, I'll pick it up and read it because I can read.
Yeah, and I'm basically just kind of peering over, trying to read it too.
Ignis can read and write.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. So rare in the old world.
It's actually rare that both of us can read and write.
Let's say.
But as you guys look at the note, she looks like she just wrote it, and she says on the note it says that someone noticed the winds of magic that evening. Someone there was casting. They are unsure as to who it was, but to blame you 2 for literally everything doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like someone set you up to be the fall guys.
Winds of magic. Eh.
Yeah, I just go, yeah. So what do you want us to do there, lassie?
And she's like, Well, she reaches over, takes the page back, folds it up, puts it in like a pocket. And then she goes, I'll be dealing with your patron this evening. As for now, we'll escort you to a new cell, away from the rest of the crowd. Await there.
Okay. Let's
Okay.
get this over with.
Can I have my bag of corn and the 2 flat stones, at least, since we're gonna be sitting there waiting?
She's like, that would be impossible at this time.
Okay. Fine.
Can I at least get some water to get rid of this taste of stale ale on my mouth? Ugh.
And she's like, very well. Once we escort you back to your new cell, they'll be bringing you some food and water.
Thank you very much.
And she's like, remember, try not to say anything about this. I'll work on the judge to get you released into my custody.
Okay.
She's like, how I'm going to do that, I'm not sure. But I'll see it done. She stands up, packs her things, and she goes, good luck to the 2 of you. And she leaves.
Okay.
After a few moments, those guards come back in. And they're like, all right, let's get you back to a new cell.
Okay, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
They lead you out. They go down a different corridor. The cells here seem smaller. They almost seem to be like almost like solitary confinement style. And they put each of you in one cell.
Hmm?
You in one, and then
Did
Drux
they
in the
happen
other.
to take off the manacles yet?
As soon as you are locked away in your individual cell, they pull your hands through, undo the manacles, so that you are free to roam around.
Okay. Hey, y'all might want to check those. They're a little heavy. Not as much fun.
One of the guards goes, fun? What? They're manacles. They're not supposed to be fun.
You poor individual. I'm sorry. I'll try not to break you. Gotta find
Yeah.
Okay.
About 10 minutes go by, and you see one of the guards come in, and she hands you guys a plate with like bread. There's a little bit of cheese, some water, a few strips of meat, and yeah, she brings you it, sets it down, slides it underneath the little slot that they have, and she closes it.
Thank
Looks
you.
at and she's like,
Food.
eat well, eat well. It might not be any more until tomorrow. Shorter with the shortage and everything.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
She gives you a slight nod. Heads out.
I take mine and sit down. I'm assuming there's a chair or just a bed or a
Solitary.
cot.
It's you have a small little like
Right,
wooden
just a straw
stool,
pallet. Yeah.
and then there's like a straw pallet laying there. There's like a sheet on it. At least you're not on the stone floor.
Yeah. I have my water and a little bit of food, and I say, well, there's no point wasting the day in this place, and I just lie down.
Yeah. All right.
After we're finally in there, I'm finally able to clean out the rest of that freaking cornstarch that's in my damn mouth. Because I've been, this entire time, he's been sitting there kind of trying real hard to not spit this damn glob out and try to scrape this crap off his teeth. Because it's not fun to just let it sit there. So he's like taking a little bit of the crust off the bread and starting to scrape at the crap on his teeth. Just, god damn, why wouldn't they give me some water first?
All right.
Shut the fuck up!
Quiet, you dwarf. Go to sleep.
I'm trying to, you asshole.
Then why are you talking?
Because you won't shut the fuck up.
I didn't start talking until you started talking. Just go to bed, you damn bastard.
Oh, I'm so gonna kick your ass.
Is
You're
you
over there.
sitting
How are
there
you going to do
bickering
that?
back and forth?
Pretty much.
Basically.
As you guys are bickering back and forth, you hear, "Hey, what's over there?"
Ah!
Who the fuck are you?
My name is Jed.
What the fuck do you want,
Judd?
Jed?
Like, oh, I'm just locked in solitary.
No shit.
Has the food been by?
Yes,
No, not
it
at all.
has.
And she's like, which one is it? Yes or no?
Yes. No. Ignore this lying idiot.
He's like, well, looks like she forgot me again. Well.
It wasn't very good anyway. It was a bit of seemingly crappy bread and cheese and a bit of water.
Like, oh, that sounds so good. Haven't had food in 3 days.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I can't get to you, so I can't give you any of mine.
Like, oh well. I'll just wait. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe. I doubt it the way they're acting at the moment, though.
He's like, oh, what's going on the outside?
Can I tell where this person is, actually?
It's about 2 or 3 cells down from you.
Dwarf, can you, if I were to, okay, how close are the cells, actually? Basically, the idea is...
You're separated by, like, 1.5 feet of stone, and then you have, like, your bar. Your room is roughly, like,
specifically
being
able to... Would I be able to hold out, some of the food and hand it to Drux and have him pass it down or toss it down or whatever?
You can try if you want. What would you like to pass down?
Basically, I'm going to tear off of the original bit of bread. I'm tearing off half the bread and some of the meat. I'm stuffing the meat actually into the bread, trying to kind of hold it all together. Say, Dwarf, I've got some extra. Here. Pass it down.
All right, Drux, you see a hand kind of like reach out and around.
I even reach because I'm a short ass.
I have long arms.
I mean, you're only separated by like 1.5 feet of stone.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like he can just sort of reach around.
I couldn't give you a reach around, but I can reach around and hand something to you.
Yeah, fair enough. I take it and try and hand it along. Like, here you go, if you can reach it.
All right. As you kind of like reach your hand out, you feel like long nails on your hand, just sort of like slowly caressing it, and then it snatches the food, and just like you feel it yank like a bony hand almost. Just yanks the food, and you hear it. It's so good. He's like, Mom.
You might have.
So you might have kitties.
Oh yeah, I hear him. Hang on a second.
Yep.
I think they're trying to get a hold of you. Yeah.
No problem.
Oh, good. Yes, no. Which one is it? Yes, no.
Goddamn Gollum in the next cell.
And you got to hold hands with Gollum. That's great.
Apparently, yeah. He didn't just hold my hand and start saying "my precious" or anything like that. But yeah.
Hey, it could have been much worse. You could have tried to take a bite out of your arm.
Yes, he could have.
Ah.
Dum-de-dum.
I guess while you stepped away, I'll go grab a drink.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do I go with butterbeer or do I go with another?
Yeah, Tig. That might end up happening to some people.
Is Tickle saying you're going to kick my ass?
He said you really should kill them all. It might happen.
Well, damn. Tickles, I didn't do nothing. I'm just a freaking innocent bastard who likes to light shit on fire. What's so wrong with that?
Sounds like somebody who's on crack or something, the way he jitters around. But yes.
Dude, I don't remember the fucking day before, but I smell like fire. I mean, come on. Yep. Fire is my guy's shit.
Yep. You still sound like a goddamn tweaker.
It'll get better.
Yeah.
Still having to try and feel out the character.
Yeah. And my guy likes bar brawls. It literally says that in his background. So,
gee, I wonder
yeah.
why he put a bar brawl in then.
Yeah, that might have been the reason, yes. I don't know. I don't know. This is the basic start to, I'm assuming, the starter sex. He said he was going to take us through some of that stuff to get us into Ubersreich properly, but yeah. But yeah, somebody might be getting their ass kicked at some point.
Yes, no, yes, no.
Yes, asshole.
The fact that I made you almost crack up there.
It's like, goddamn asshole. I'll tell you what, I'm going to grab a cold drink as well while we're waiting.
Yeah. As Wayne steps away. Wayne went to go grab a drink real quick.
What's that?
Wayne went to go grab a drink real quick.
Oh, no worries.
Yes, no, yes, no.
The switch died, so I had to go and plug it in.
Okay. I heard something about Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, they were munching. So just eat whatever you want.
It's going, Turtle. We're just taking a quick little break for everyone to grab drinks and stuff. We're about to get back into it, though.
Okay.
As in now.
Yeah.
All right. As you hear the person eating their food rather voraciously, he's like, "Ma, some it's good. Do you have any cheese?"
Not any left. I already ate that. Sorry.
Do I have anything left on my tray at all?
Do you?
Yeah, do you? I mean, did you want to eat everything, or
I'm assuming I ate most of it.
you just want to like hand?
Well, my guy was
whatever's left over.
Yeah, I'm sure I got a little bit of bread left and a little bit of bits and bobs. I was like,
Okay.
I'm sure I've got a little bit of water left, but not a lot.
Mine was basically this situation. I put everything into a sandwich. And went,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do that with whatever I've got left. Basically put it in the end of the bread, which I've got left, and stick it all in there. And I hand it down.
All right, as you reach out, and again, that the nails, just long, sharp, creepy nails, kind of like caress the outside of your hand, and then just quickly grabs whatever's inside and pulls it.
Yeah, I'm like, what's the deal with the nails?
It's like, if you've been in here as long as I have, I don't exactly clip your claws.
Mm-hmm. So how long have you been here anyway?
It's like, oh, year or two?
What are you in here for?
It's like, oh, I killed a few people.
Did they deserve it?
It's like, oh, did they deserve it? Try to steal me land.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, just because they said I owed taxes? What are taxes?
Something that every person who owns property apparently has to pay. I mean, isn't that kind of part of what you do? You kind of get taxed by your kingdom, and they let you stay there.
That's what they said. Perhaps I should not have killed them.
Well, yeah, that seems like kind of a extreme thing to go after the tax collector. Like,
doesn't sound like a very healthy idea either.
Yeah, it's kind of how you end up in a cell for a year or so.
I'm surprised they didn't kill you for it rather than just stick you in a cell.
Like, maybe they're killing me slowly.
But
yeah, they're not usually that patient though. The tax collector guys.
Well, but they did say that they just kind of stuck him in here. So I mean, it's possible that they're just kind of forgetting and remembering every now and then.
Yeah. And then all you hear is my guy slurping on some water.
Now you hear up. He said, you still have water?
Nope.
It was.
Like, oh,
Sorry, that was the last
I
of
get
it.
so tired of licking the stones.
Well, that's all you got. Licking the stones for moss and water, then that's all you got.
I've heard of people surviving off their piss. That might work.
Like, no, I've tried that. Desperate times.
Indeed.
I mean, right now you're next to a dwarf and he likes to drink a lot. He might be able to help you with some of that.
The cell kind of goes quiet a little bit. You hear some shuffling around, and he's like, "Ah, food. I'll have to rest a bit.
Yeah,
The
I'm gonna
sleepies
rest
are
as
hitting
well.
me."
Yes. Crazy person.
Alright. After a little bit, you hear like a slight scratching on the stone. Just a one, two, something. Like this person is obviously not exactly all there in the head.
I assumed that a while ago, yes. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, 2 idiots.
Dwarf, why are you talking to yourself? That's a little crazy there, bud.
I'm worried about how many fucking idiots I'm finding recently. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Why are
Before
you
more
finding people in
idiots
your
come
head?
along.
You're not supposed to have multiple people in your head. That's a little odd. Do I need to call the guards and have them send you somewhere?
Says if the person who just can't stop ranting like a little bitch.
Ranting? What are you talking about? I'm just talking. You were talking, I'm talking back.
Yeah, whatever. I crawl into the stupid little box and go to sleep.
Just gonna curl up on a nice straw old sheet bed.
And try and ignore both crazy people apparently.
Alright, so you guys rest for the evening.
Yeah.
Alright. The dronings of this insane person just sort of slowly drifts off and just silent mutters, and occasionally a slight not to be cows, leave me cows alone. And just weird things kind of wake you up in the night. It just doesn't really make much sense.
Would my guy actually be able to sleep through this because of his background and working basically around a whole bunch of nutcases? Would I be able to sleep very well throughout this entire encounter, basically?
Go ahead and give me a plus 20 willpower check.
Okay. Why are you not? There we go. Willpower. Oh. Yay! Finally.
Hey, fighting past the roll. Sweet. All right. Yeah, no, as the evening goes on and you start to hear the ramblings of this particularly crazy person, it almost reminds you of just traveling with the caravans and entertaining, and you just sort of sleep well, kind of like having the fan on.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, my guy sleeps like shit.
You sleep like shit.
In between the 2 muttering assholes. Yes.
I'm not muttering anymore. What the hell are you talking about? I'm snoring now.
Exactly. Anymore.
Anymore.
Yeah.
Well, you're not up to talk to. It's a little weird if I talk to myself.
Yeah.
All right. As the two of you rest for the evening, you are awakened to the sound of someone clanging on the bars outside your cells.
Yes.
Right. You see Osana. She kind of leans in, takes a look at both of you in your separate cells. Like I said, you guys only separated by like a foot and a half.
Yeah.
So she sort of leans to one side, leans to the other. You see those 2 guards standing behind her. And she goes, "Well, I've deliberated much of the evening with the judge. I have presented my patron's argument for your release into my custody."
Excellent. So when does that mean we're getting out of here?
Like, currently, at this moment, and you see the two guards walk up, they unlock the doors, and yeah.
Okay, do we get our stuff back at least?
But
It's like your stuff was down in the acquisitions area. We'll retrieve it on our way out.
by the way, you may want to talk to whoever brought us food because they missed one. At least
Who?
one.
Yeah, the crazy person in the cell there.
She kind of looks over. She's like, "This particular cell's empty."
Then
Okay.
who was? Drux, did you eat my food last night?
No.
What? Where the hell did it go?
I don't know.
Thieving dwarf.
And Osana kind of looks at you two, and she's like, "I hope my patron has made a wise choice in his decision. Please, follow me."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and as you guys two are escorted out of your cells and you start heading out, you pass by the cell where the old person was. Yeah, it's empty. There's no seat. There's no bedding. There's nothing.
Are there any
No
scratches on the wall?
crumbs.
I was going to say, because I'm good with stonework, can I at least tell whether I can see scratches from where I heard the scratching come from last night?
You don't see anything.
Huh.
You don't even see like the crumbs of the food that you passed over.
Interesting.
Drux, if you wanted extra food, you probably could have just asked the person that brought some. Damn it! I could have used the rest of that.
If you accuse me of being a thief again, I will lump you one.
There's no one in that cell. Whatever.
Yeah, Osana kind of looks back over her shoulder at you two, and she gives you a weird like, "Who the fuck are these guys talking about?" Look, and yeah, she escorts you out. You head down to the acquisitions area, and one of the guards hands you your crates to each of you. All of your items are in there. They haven't been, they've been rifled through, obviously, but all of your stuff is there.
Excellent. I put my apron on and my all my equipment on, my apron and my leather belt, and stick all my stuff on.
Okay.
There's that. There's this.
So where is it we are heading there, lassie?
She's like, "We'll be heading to one of the smaller estates of your patron. And there you will meet a particularly odd individual. But..."
Not another one.
What, you can't meet another one of your kind? That's...
As you guys grab your things, you make sure everything is there, put everything on. Yeah, everything is there. Nothing was, like I said, nothing was taken. But, it was obviously rifled through, but
Yeah.
nothing was stolen.
I do have to say I look like a bit of a freaking special individual right now because I'm carrying a whole bunch of freaking corn on my back, and some of it's like sticking out the top of the backpack.
There's like stalks of corn just kind of.
I have 15 ears of corn in my backpack. Okay, they are heavy.
Okay.
It is a big pain in the ass. I haven't been able to fix it all. Damn it. All right, where are we going?
All right, Drux. As you see the human that's with you, he dons his backpack, and you just see ears of corn sticking out the back of it. Like, just, I mean, it's bulging. It's barely maintaining what's inside. And it's just a strange, like, more strangeness about this particular individual.
Is there anything about you that's normal?
What are you talking about?
Why the fuck are you carrying a bag full of goddamn corn?
You saw that powder, right?
Yes, why don't you just carry it around in powder form? That's bloody smaller.
This is the powder is after I get time to mess with this. I just bought this on my way into the town. I didn't have time.
I'm just putting it down to you're an idiot. Can we just go?
All
I'm not
right.
a freaking bastard. Dwarf.
You gather your things. You kind of notice this going on, and Osana walks up to appears to be like the head scribe of the precinct area, and she walks up. She's like, "I'll be taking these two with me. They're under my charge. Please note that they'll be busy for a while. And you see the scribe looks at her and he's like, very well. And he starts writing things down. He knows you two from being brought in from the bar fight. And he goes, glad to get rid of you two. Too many people came in complaining about you. Way too many. I got a whole book. He lifts up this book and he goes, look, your two's book. Right here. Puts it back under the thing.
I'm assuming most of that's mine. I look at this guy and say, I'm assuming most of that's mine.
I mean, what did I do? I just performed and... Fuck, I didn't get paid for last night! Damn it!
You're now realizing that you have no coin from the evening before.
Fuck!
Yeah. I'm like, well, next time tell everyone in that book, don't start shit they can't finish.
He's like, very well. Pulls out the book, writes something in it, puts it back. And he goes, be glad to see you two gone.
Yeah.
Osana, good day.
Now remember, the name is Ignis Krim. Remember it! If you ever need an entertainer.
Like, if I need something burned to the ground, you'll be the first to call.
I don't burn things to the ground, you...
Yeah. And if you need
not
someone
some damn
beating the
savage.
fuck up, you call me.
Me? I guess his name is M.E. Me.
Yep.
What? You notice that the only guards that are with you guys are the two that follow Osana.
Yeah. The other plumage guys, I'm assuming, bogged off. Yeah.
Yeah, they probably had other things to do.
Yeah.
Anyways, Osana goes, I have a cart outside. Please, let us go. And she starts walking towards the main door.
Okay, let's get this over with.
All right, you guys step outside, and it's not exactly a cart. It's more of like a really fancy wagon. But she calls it a cart.
Yeah, is it like one of the prison wagon ones? Or is it actually just a normal one?
Is it more of a prisoner
travel?
Is it prisoner transport, or is it more like noble transport?
It's more like it's not a prison transport. There's no bars. There's no nothing on it. It's just better than your standard like carts that they have.
Gotcha.
You see, there's a driver up front. There's two like large stallions just perched there waiting. The driver has like face coverings. He's got like this big wide brimmed hat. He kind of looks over at you guys. You can't even see his face. And then he just sort of looks at Osana, nods a little bit. And as you two walk up to it, one of the guards opens the doors and she's like, please, step inside.
Thank you there, lassie. And I hop in.
Yeah, I climb right in too. I'm used to.
Yeah, there's like steps that kind of fold down, and you guys climb up, and then she gets in. The two guards get in, or one of the guards gets in. The other guy gets at the back, and as the door shuts, you notice that all of the windows have curtains on them, and they're all closed. And they have like looks like stitching up the centers so they can't just be pulled open.
So, like blackout curtains?
More or less, yeah.
Why the heavy curtains on the cart, out of curiosity?
She's like, we do a lot of dealings with high-profile individuals. I'm not saying you're high-profile. I'm just saying that we do have high-profile individuals.
Yes.
She reaches up and she pulls like rings a bell, like bing, bing. And then you feel the cart just lurch kind of forward. Yeah, you guys are on the move.
So how far we got to go then, lassie?
You're like, oh, not too far. In the meantime, I must inform you that your patron is a bit eccentric.
No,
okay.
I've had to deal with nobles before, so I think it won't be a problem.
She's like,
No, I kind of let them do all the talking last time.
As in how eccentric?
yeah, well, let's just say he's a collector of odd things. She looks over at the guard sitting next to her, and she goes, "Well, I guess it's time." And the guard removes his helmet, and you see a rather handsome individual. He's got like a small goatee, he's got a little mustache, and he goes, "Sorry for the subterfuge, but I have to be incognito about these things."
So
I'm
you're a
assuming
patron?
you're the patron, yeah.
And he's like, "Well, more or less, yes.
Then-
To say that I'm the one with the connections is more akin to what I am, but yes."
Then why didn't you just talk to us in the cells you were there all... Like, we could have been having a discussion last night. I mean,
And
we
he's
kind
like-
of weren't going anywhere.
He goes, "Where would the fun in that to be then?"
You could have at least
Yeah.
given me my rocks and my corn, so I could mess with that then.
He kind of says back, he goes, "You have them now, right?"
Right, but I can't boil anything in here.
You couldn't have boiled anything in the cells either, you daft sod.
They brought me water, and they would have given me enough. I would have had enough to make a small little freaking... Anyway.
Anyway, what is your name here?
Anyway, he looks over and he goes, "I'm Lord Alden."
Okay.
He's like, "I'm pretty new to Ubersreich and this particular area. However, I was at the Fair Maiden last night. Kind of watched things happen. Noticed a few oddities that happened.
My
Curious, why would someone target the two of you? What's
Yeah.
special about you, human, and you, dwarf?"
You say that like I'm not looking at a human, but
Yeah.
there's nothing special about me. I mean, hell, they left me my coin purse, so I thought there's much in there anyway. Damn, still pissed I didn't get paid last night.
Yeah, and I was just out with me brothers and my dad for a wee drink.
Are they gonna go looking for you, by the way, dwarf?
Oh, this is normal for me.
Oh, so you kind of fuck off and leave your family alone. Gotcha.
I get into a lot of bar brawls. So did they as well, to be honest. I'm surprised they wasn't still there, to be honest. They normally get sucked into a lot of these, as it was. A lot of people insult dwarfs, and then they find out it's not a good idea because they get broken faces and other bones.
Is that what happened to you right about right here?
That was one of my own brothers. It happened.
Your brother punched you? Never mind. I'll never understand dwarven culture.
You see Lord Alden kind of leans back and he goes, "Ah, yes, brothers.
Yeah.
I remember my oldest stabbing me once. Shame, he's dead now."
Well, it's normal to fight with brothers. It happens.
I think the only time I've ever been even had to look at something knife from a family or some sibling or whatever was when they dared me to get on the stupid spinning wheel of idiocy and they threw knives and one of them missed. Bastard, cut my arm.
Right. Alden kind of leans forward and he goes, "Do you perform the will of death?"
Sorry, I actually didn't hear that one.
He goes, do you actually perform the will of death?"
I do not. It was a drinking dare. I lost the dare and I had to get on there for one show or two. I can't remember the second
He's
one.
like, he looks a little dejected and he goes, "Oh, sad. I would have rather enjoyed seeing that."
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would have been fun.
Anyways,
That's not my
oh,
thing.
hang on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
No problem.
So I'm breaking drugs. I just see you keep looking up and going, God damn it.
It's like, I'm surrounded by idiots.
It's just fun to. I'm just trying to feel out the character right now, and I just keep seeing you go to take a drink and.
It's like, I'm really surrounded by fucking idiots. Well. Yeah, I mean, so far, the only thing Drux has done is got into apparently a huge fight. which he's apparently kicked the shit out of a lot of people.
Apparently, I got in a fight too, and that's impressive.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, hey, look. Hey, fur.
Hey, kitty.
What, you just gonna sit there and glare at me now? By the way, is my fan activating my mic all the time?
I don't think I can hear the fan.
Okay.
I mean, I know traffic activates mine now and again due to it being police cars and shit, but that's about it.
Okay, that's good, Tig. But no, I had to ask because if I'm the last, whoever is the last one to talk, it keeps that yellow border around your face.
Yeah.
So
for a couple of seconds, I think. But yeah.
Little bit, Tig. I'm wondering how this is going to go, and wondering how far I can push Drux before he snaps and decides to punch me in the kneecap.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've got to act a little weird right now, and it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. My guy's acting reasonably normal.
Yeah.
People are just being assholes to him.
See, and my guy is not much of a drinker, so. No, we're not gonna punch. I'm not gonna punch him. I might throw fire in his face at some point, but you know.
Yeah. And I don't know whether I can reach his eyes, so he might have.
No, you can't. If you punch me in the dick, I will stab you with the dagger I've got.
I'm gonna say that's more likely where I'm gonna punch you.
You'll punch me in the dick.
Nuts,
you are going to fucking get stabbed. I will stab you when you're not expecting it, because that's not cool. Ow. Oh, shit.
Apparently talk like a dick, get punched in the dick.
I'm not talking like a dick. You're the one who's talking to yourself.
My guy hasn't talked to himself yet. That thing about the guy in the other cell's pretty weird, but we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, but you were talking to yourself. There was no one in that other cell, so it had to be you talking to yourself somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You took my half my sandwich.
Have kids, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
No, it's the act of making kids that's fun. The rest of it isn't fun.
The rest of it is a torturous hellscape of death and destruction.
With mild instances of, oh wait, this is great, and the rest of it, hi. Hi. Can I help you?
Anyways. Lord Alden looks at you two and he goes, now, on to business then. Like I said, I've noticed something interesting at the Fire Maiden. Someone appears to have targeted you for something. I'm not quite sure why. However, it piqued my interest in the fact that everyone there was an eyewitness against you.
Yeah.
I wasn't, obviously. I see potential.
Yeah, I'd love to find the asshole who tried blaming the fire on me. Not a brawl, that might have been my fault. I don't remember, but that might have been my fault. The fire? No.
He kind of leans back. He's like, yes, the brawl was quite interesting. I don't normally slum, but I'll have to admit, you made it interesting.
Yeah. Bar brawls is one of the things I do.
Yeah. About 30 to 40 minutes go by in the cart ride. And he goes, you feel it stop, and everyone kind of like bounces back and forth a little bit. You hear like a on the outside, and Lord Alden goes, we are here. Osana, after you, please.
Don't you want to put your helmet on then?
He's
Trying
like,
to-
oh, no need, not here at least. And she opens the door, and you are met with two other guards that are not like city guards. These guys look like private security. They have very nice like breastplates on. Both of them have like face covers. You can barely see their eyes through the slits. Heavily armed individuals. And as you all step out of the wagon, you notice that you are in what appears to be like a covered garage.
Okay.
Lord Alden steps out, and he goes, see? No cause for me to wear that stuffy helmet.
Yeah, you probably can't see shit out with the eye slot are that bad.
He's like, that is very true, friend War. Very true. Like, come. This is one of my smaller estates. Let us enjoy it. And he leads you over to one of the doors, and you see a servant open it. And it is a very well lit interior. There's candles everywhere, but you notice like the as you walk in, you notice that all the curtains seem to be stitched shut to where they won't open. And as you walk in further, being led by Osana, you see like stuffed bears, deer heads on the wall. You see like there's a stuffed head of a pig on the wall. There's like various birds. It's a little strange, but you get the feeling that this guy's a hunter of some kind, or whoever owned this place was. You're not entirely sure. It's just a little strange. There's like stuffed foxes and deers, and Osana leads you up into this large open room. You see a pretty decent fire on one end going, and like this huge hearth. There's various seating areas, tables. You see almost looks like a bar of some kind off to the left, and you see Lord Alden walking. He goes, I love this place. It's very nice. I should come here more often.
It does seem pretty comfortable, other than the fact that the curtains are all... yeah.
He's like, my curtains? What's wrong with my curtains?
They seem all sewn shut.
He looks at you and he goes, oh, yes, had a bit of problem with thieves a while back. I've noticed that if you sew the curtain shut, then they're not open. Therefore, they can't see what's inside.
But that doesn't... I mean...
He looks very serious, like this is his best idea ever. And he's like, I haven't had a thief in almost a year.
Right. Why don't you just get iron bars on the windows?
It's like, this isn't a prison.
But
it would also stop people from stealing your stuff, and you could have open windows.
He seems a little baffled by your logic. Like he just doesn't seem to be getting what you're trying to say. And he's like, well, on another note, how about a drink? Sharon, and he's like, he has his hand up, and he's looking over, he goes, can you bring some wine, please? We have guests. And then you see this servant that was standing there the whole time just kind of come out of nowhere, and she goes, yes, Lord Will, I'll get you what you need. And she kind of like walks off. You guys didn't even notice he was there.
Huh.
Okay. Yeah.
Sneaky little bastard.
Alden looks at you and goes, you guys hungry? Is there anything else I can get you?
Not at the moment. A drink will be good. Thank you very much.
He's like, good. Now, come, sit. And he walks over to the table that has more chairs around it than there needs to be. Like, they're all kind of crammed together. And he goes, pick a seat. And he just pulls one out and sits down. Scoots it up.
Is my guy going to have any issues with these chairs out of curiosity?
No, you won't have any problems with chairs.
Good.
Well, Ignis is gonna walk over to the table and he's going to pull a couple of the chairs away just to give himself a little bit more room, and he's going to sit kind of at an angle to our esteemed odd individual. Don't know what to call him yet.
Yeah, the way things are going, I'm pretty sure I know what I'd call him right now. But yes, I'll get the chair looking right at the guy, basically facing directly across from him.
Take a very direct approach to him.
Yeah, literally just looking
green
straight
screen
at him
died.
because.
Okay, fair enough.
Your
As you-
green screen died.
Oh, my green screen died.
Yeah.
What happened there?
VChem for the win!
Yeah, VCAM's really good.
That's very weird.
Yep.
I wonder why my green screen just crapped out on me. I wasn't even using my green screen. I was using the virtual background.
VChem?
Yeah.
Oh, it's possible it died.
I probably hit a button or something. Knowing my luck.
It's unusual because never had an issue with it.
Yeah.
Just a moment here. Let me see if I can get this. Oh well, I don't need it. Whatever.
Well, it's back on at the moment, so.
Yeah, it's up, so.
Oh, okay. Weird. That's kind of odd that it would just sort of crap out.
Shit happens. Life moves on.
Yeah.
All right. After a few moments, you see Sharon walks in, and she's got like a pretty nice looking wooden tray. She's got various alcohols on it. And she walks up and she sets down a couple glasses, a couple bottles of wine. And Alda's like, "Thank you, Sharon. You may return to cleaning? Not really sure what you do here." And she's like, "Alden, I'm the caretaker of your estate." Anyways, Sharon looks at you guys and she goes, "Enjoy your drinks, please." She gives you a smile and walks off. Like, "I just don't want to be in this room. I'm going away."
Yeah.
What?
Looking at it, does it look like she's creeped out by us or him? Out of curiosity.
Or was she
You're
creeped
not-
out at all and more just annoyed?
more annoyed in the situation.
Got
But yeah, you see Alden kind of sits back, props his boots up on the table, and he goes, "All right, down to business."
Yes, and thank you very much for the drink. What are we served? Was it the same wine as him, or was it something different?
There's like 3 different bottles of wine of varying ages, various types. Nothing really special about them. They're just alcohol.
Fair enough. I'll take a small cup of wine then as well, and while we're talking,
Okay.
and say thank you, sir.
It's tasty. It's all right.
Yeah.
Good.
I guess I'll grab one of the bottles and just start looking at it and, looking at it, sniffing it, just kind of
All right.
appreciating it as it is.
Fair enough. While you're doing this and while Jux is drinking, Lord Alden goes, "Have you heard of..." He kind of looks around and he goes, "The Dark Under." Kind of leans in on his table, puts his hands on his face, just waiting for your guys' response.
The
I don't
Dark
believe I
Under.
have.
I think I know a guy back in the troop that caught that from someone, but
And he's like, "I've read about it. I have books on it.
it's a nasty
Never
disease.
been
I don't think you want to get it. It's they had to amputate. It was not fun for him.
It was not fun for him."
Yeah. Have you got one of these books that I can have a look at and see what it is myself, so I can be more informed on what it is? I'm assuming this is what we're looking into.
He's like, "As a matter of fact, I do. Sharon. And after a minute, She walks in, and she just looks like kind of like as if someone was getting ready for a bath, like a nice, relaxing bath, and then someone just knocks on the door, and just the pure annoyance in her whole entire aura is just radiating.
Mom.
Yeah. The
Pretty
look
much.
of what the fuck do you want?
Right, and she looks at Walden, and there's this death gaze, and she's like, "Yes, Lord Alden, how can I help you?" And he looks at her and he's like, "Bring me my books, please." And she goes, "Again, sorry, Lord Alden, clarify which books you need. You have a plethora of them." And he's like, "Oh yes, my collection. Bring me the red-bound books. The only ones that I want are the red-bound books." And she's like, "Very well, I will bring you the red-bound books. Be back momentarily." And she kind of scanters off.
She sounds very adenoidal for a servant.
Like, "You would be too if you were once my sister." She lost that bet. Yes.
Apparently.
You've made your sister. I will never understand outsiders' families.
He looks at you guys and goes, "She lost a bet. Either I became her servant or she became mine. I won."
For how long does that bet go on for?
He kind of looks around and he goes, I think I have another year left.
Well, take full advantage of it.
He kind of totally like, "Yeah. Oh, I plan to. It has been most enjoyable." And as you guys are sitting there drinking, and he seems to relax a lot more now that he's here. He took his breastplate off, the guard stuff off, and he was wearing like really nice underclothes. And he goes, "So, the Dark Under, yes. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but I have a few dwarven books that you might be interested. Your name is Drux." Like,
yes. Very interested.
he goes, "Did you know that the Fire Maiden is connected to the Dark Under? There's a tunnel, a portal underneath it that goes there. I was trying to find it when the brawl broke out."
Interesting.
Did I hear portal?
Or tunnel. Yeah.
He's like, I may have mistranslated it, but
You read Dwarven?
he's like, yes. And like he looks really like a little bit. Oh, let's just say I try.
Well, most humans can't really read it well. Only the priests tend to know it. And even then, not many of them. So I can understand why you mistranslate a lot of things. It happens.
He nods his head and he's like, very true, very true. However, I have spent a considerable amount of time traveling. I've been to a few of your dwarven holds.
Well,
Parlayed with some very interesting artifacts.
yeah. Well, dwarves make some very, very fine weaponry, especially, but yeah.
Weapons, art of war. That's too barbaric.
Well, I'd rather have a good weapon and not need it than need it and get the shit kicked out of me because I haven't got it.
That I would believe that more if I didn't know dwarves for just starting bar fights because someone insults their honor.
Yeah, but that's not a weapon thing. That's a use your fists.
So if
unless one of them pulls a weapon on you, then obviously.
Exactly. It's an art of killing each other. There's no art in it. It just...
There's plenty, you just don't understand it.
Where's the art?
Lord Alden goes, "I'll have to agree with you on that, Drox.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of warfare in my years, and sometimes it's quite beautiful."
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be beautiful. It's supposed to freaking...
Especially some one-on-one duels. Some of them can be magnificent to watch.
Okay, duels, fine. Duels, they normally serve a point, and it's not always to the death. I mean, we've got someone here who made a bet with his sister, and she's now his servant. While that's odd, it doesn't sound like, if y'all were doing a duel, it wasn't to the death. It was to, first blood, submission, incapacitation. Yeah. There's a difference between a duel and the coin purse that's going to just stab you in the back because he wants your shit.
Well, you stab him back. I don't see a problem with this.
Of course you don't, Dwarf.
He's a thief. He deserves it.
All right.
I mean, Lord, if you caught a thief stealing from you, I'm assuming you kill him or at least maim him a bit.
Oh, no. I make them work the latrine. Yeah. In fact, I've got 2 of them right now. Chained up, shoveling shite.
See? That's a better use of them. They're still useful. They don't need to just be turned into a pile of freaking meat.
Well, if they're dead, they can't steal from you again.
Well, if they're dead, they can't work off their debt.
I have fed a few to my pigs.
Yeah. That is a use.
As you guys are you're drinking more, go ahead and roll me consume alcohol.
My guy has not actually had anything to drink yet.
Yeah, he's just been looking at the bottle.
I've been...
you're just looking at the bottle, right?
My guy has not had anything to drink, and that's kind of why this entire thing fucked my guy up. He did not drink normally.
My guy drinks a lot, so he's pretty good at it.
Yeah. You don't normally drink wine per se, but it's decent. Tastes okay. Pretty good. Doesn't really have a whole lot of alcohol content compared to the other things you've drank in your history.
Yeah.
Bugmans.
I wish.
I do replace one bottle, grab another one. I'm looking at it, sniffing it, just kind of.
You notice that the labels are all fairly worn. These are really old bottles.
What? And I am sniffing all of these as I get them, just see if if they smell decent or anything.
Yeah, I'm assuming they taste all right.
Well, obviously you ain't dead yet.
Yeah.
Everything here seems to be kosher. It seems fine. It doesn't seem to be poisoned or anything. He's drinking out of the same bottles you guys are.
Yeah, no. Yeah. If it's not for that, it's more of a if I suddenly smell something that I've never had or think would taste great, then yeah, I'll have some. But it's a matter of I'm not just going to say, "Ooh, look, alcohol!"
You're not going to dwarf it?
No, I'm not a dwarf.
You can go alcohol. Which one is it? This one will do.
Just a moment here.
I think I'll be having some of my
Fuck you.
Fuck
you. Fuck you.
I don't know that's showing up properly on this one.
It's not at all.
I'm just drinking some green tea.
I've just had some sodas so far. I'll probably get some mead here in a second. He's drinking what's the name of it again?
This one's Waking the Demon mead.
Waking the Demon mead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Just a moment. I'll be back.
Uh-oh. You just pop the top in there. You're going to chug that, aren't you? Or is it just a small bottle?
It's a reasonable size bottle.
So you're just going to chug, 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 chug. Fucking dwarven bastard.
I'll take a swig now and again because it's delicious.
Yeah. I'm a fucking moron. Well,
mead is tasty.
Yes, it is. I did not clean any of my fucking glass cups. Okay, I gotta clean one real quick.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Do I want to go with the Kings or do I want to go with my Ireland? What do you think?
The Kings or Island what?
Mead. That's the two different types I've got open right now.
Okay.
One
What's
of
the
them's
difference in them?
One's from Ireland, one's called the King's Mead. I mean,
I take it you haven't tried them before.
no, I have. They both have their own taste. I just can't place either of them.
Fair enough. Irish mead sounds interesting, but
Ireland, okay. I think before I sit back down, I'm gonna hit the restroom as well, too.
I'm gonna pour some into a glass.
Yeah, no worries.
Tis a mead drinking night.
Well, duh.
Mead and cream soda is great.
Pretty much.
Mead and cream soda.
Mm-hmm.
I have to admit, never tried that.
Not talking so much together, at least on my end. I've never even thought about that combination. But
yeah, I don't drink mead with anything yet.
yeah,
With
that's what
other
I'm saying.
stuff in it.
He was talking more about the fact of I've been drinking like cream sodas and shit, and he was too. And now we're both getting into the mead.
The only difference is I'm drinking mine room temperature, which is I think yours is in the fridge, isn't it?
Yeah, I keep mine in the fridge because otherwise it just does end up tasting like shit after a little bit.
Yeah, mine's literally been just kept in my room on the floor, in its bottles because, well, it's mead. Room temperature's fine.
But mine's all opened. That one, the one you just opened, wasn't opened until now. And I tend to, leave mine, partially gone for a little bit. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, nothing wrong with drinking cold mead, Tig. It's just I prefer to drink it more traditional way, just room temperature. I find it's nicer. Personal taste thing. Mead is delicious irregardless. And very appropriate when you're playing fantasy games, Mead. It's great.
It just kind of fits.
It does. That's because nigh on every single fantasy world, Mead is in it somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just annoyed I won't be in the US this year again.
Sorry, what was that?
So I'm just annoyed I'm not going back to the US again this year.
Do you frequently take trips over here?
Try and go once a year.
We tried to go to Florida and just hang out for a week.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, COVID happened, and,
Yeah, getting flights over there at the moment's a pain in the ass.
well,
So can't enjoy my holiday.
Yeah, you can. Fuck off.
What?
You're going to be able to fucking play Cyberpunk. Fuck off.
That's not September.
All right, not anymore. Oops.
Dumbass.
Shut
Oh,
up.
yeah, Cyberpunk.
I forgot. Fuck off.
Looking forward to Cyberpunk because CD Projekt Red are great.
Yes, they are.
I've just been playing Space Engineers.
Not my thing. I'm not a huge fan of building games.
Yeah, pretty much. Tiggles prefers mead cold as well.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Anyway, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hey, no worries.
Yep.
All right. After you guys have been drinking here and having a casual conversation with Lord Alden, Sharon walks in and she's got about 3 large red bound books. And she comes over and I get like the feeling of just I hate you on her face. And she reaches out with the books and drops them on the table in front of Alden. And she's like, "Your books, sir." And she says it with this dagger in her voice. And he's like, "Oh, thanks, Sharon. Why don't you go and clean a room for our friends here?" And she's like, "Very well. One more year, one more year, one more year." And she walks off. He goes,
I look at the book and say, "May I?"
He's like, "Please."
Yep. I just pick up the nearest book, then already all in the pile.
As you take the top book, you look at it, and it's all written in Dwarven, Klinkarun, and it just says, it has Ubersreich written in the Dwarven tongue, or language, and then it says, Journal of Ivar, the Broad-Shouldered.
Okay. Well, this is a journal of someone, so might take a little while to read through it, unfortunately.
He's like, "I did gather it was written rather strangely."
Yeah, it's just someone's personal journal, so we'll have to see what it is precisely. It's going to take me, like I said, a little while to read through it all. There's quite a bit.
Yeah, you notice that the next book is also a journal of Ivar Broad Shoulders.
Yeah, the second one's also a journal, and I look at the third one's title as well.
It is also his journal.
Well, this guy liked to write a lot, apparently. These are all his journal.
And he's like, interesting.
Yeah.
I was unaware of that when I first purchased them.
Yeah. Well, if it's a well-travelled dwarf, it's not really a surprise because, well, we live for quite a long time.
He's like, "That you do. That you do."
Yeah. So, like I said, it might take me a little while to read through these, if that's okay.
He's like, "By all means, read away."
Yeah, and I literally sit back, hopefully in a reasonably comfy chair, and just start reading. Trying to find any mention of this Underdark, whatever the fuck he's on about.
Oh, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
The general gist that you get is this particular individual was a stoneworker. But not just any stoneworker. I would like you to roll me, a dwarf check. No, it's a lower dwarf.
A lore check, okay. Lord Dwarf specifically. Okay.
Man, you've just been
Bastard.
success all day.
Yeah, apparently. But it will get its revenge at some point. Probably when I'm in the middle of a fight.
Probably when it matters most.
Yeah,
Exactly.
when I'm getting stabbed, it will screw me over.
Of course.
As it should.
That's how it normally goes.
Pretty much.
So
what has my dwarfiness revealed?
Dorky,
as you are reading through the first book of this journal here, this particular dwarf, Ivar, has come to this place before humans took over Ubersreich, so many, many centuries ago. He was hired by one of the local dwarf lords to build an outpost here.
Okay.
And as you are reading more and more about this, you start to realize that this particular dwarf was the main one who built all of the dwarven structures, the initial dwarven structures of Ubersreich. Not the main bridge, but as you travel through the city, you notice a lot of old dwarven stonework. And this is what this guy and his crew did. And as you keep reading, he mentions the Kazelgurt. It is a series of tunnels that the dwarves built here that coincide with like the sewers. They kind of intersect with them, but they are almost hidden tunnels underneath Ubersreich.
Okay. What's his dwarf's name again? Sorry, Ivor.
Ivor Broadshoulders.
Broadshoulder.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I say to the Lord, well, this journal describes a series of tunnels underneath the city from before the city was even built, made by the dwarfs.
He's like, yes, the Dark Under. He's horribly translating Kazelgurt, but he's human, so it's okay.
I'm assuming he's mistranslating. I think it was called the Underway, if I remember correctly. The dwarven roads and such underneath linking all their...
Yeah, basically a subterranean street network underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's what he's mistranslated. Yeah.
Easily done when you don't,
Yeah. I do point this out. I said, but it sounds like what you're actually mistranslating, it's the Underway. It's just a network of tunnels connecting outposts and such like that together.
Ah, so it's not the horrible disease that caused Fred to fucking lose his Johnson.
Lord Alden looks at you and he seems very serious and he goes, the Underways?
Yes.
That makes more sense than the Dark Under. That was very curious. Anyways, these books here, they've given me a little bit of insight into the history and culture of Ubersreich.
Yeah.
He goes, now, what would that pertain to the events that transpired at the Fire Maiden?
That is a good question. I'll have to read through more of this, obviously, to see if there's anything else, to any more references about what's under there, but the only thing I can think of is that somebody's using the old passages.
Right, Jux. As you think about this, you, as a dwarf, you know that the Kazelgurt is there. It's sort of part of your local, lore for dwarves.
Yeah.
Is, it's there. A lot of people, or a lot of dwarves use it. They try and keep non-dwarves out of it. It's connected to a lot of underground living areas for the dwarves. It's connected to a few of the in the Dawihof in the Dwarven district. It's pretty prevalent there, but the Fire Maiden wasn't anywhere near that district. So perhaps this is something new, or not. You're not quite sure.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I can think of is there shouldn't have been a tunnel in that area per se. So maybe someone's tunneled down there and found the tunnels. But we'll have to look into that.
All right.
I mean, shouldn't be an issue to find where it is. Now we know that it was there.
Are they gonna like? How are we gonna find out though? Because I would assume that no one wants two people that they accuse of burning the building down anywhere near the.
Well, that's simple. We go in somewhere else.
But
And I'm a dwarf. I can find my way underground pretty easily. It's sort of what we do. And we just go to the nearest point to that area and see if there's anything else. That shouldn't be there. I mean, that seems pretty simple to me. Good place to
Lord
start,
Alden,
at least.
he kind of sits back in his chair again. And he goes, "Unfortunately, I don't have very many favors owed to me by the dwarves. Unfortunately, perhaps Dawihofen would have these entranceways into the what do you call it? The underways."
Maybe. I mean, we can try and find a way there. That way. If not, though, I mean, I could always ask around in the Dwarf Quarter. Me and my family's from the Dwarf Quarter. I mean, they might not like this guy following me, but...
Hey!
Oh, that guy chuckles and he goes, "Yes, yes. He kind of points over to Ignis and he goes, "Now you, my friend, I watched your performance. Not to ask something. Were you always this strange?"
Strange. What do you mean?
Having him say this to you is sort of like calling a tea kettle black.
Yeah,
because he's very strange himself.
No, I'm used to dealing with nobles and their oddities when it comes to shows, but strange, how so?
He's like, "You didn't try and use your fire in the fight."
Of course not. Why would I? No, you do not use. Okay, how to explain this? Would you use an expensive painting to battle in a brawl fight, in a bar fight? Would you take, and I'd look at his walls to see if there's any kind of artwork up there aside from the. Actually, no. Would you take? I point to one of the heads on the wall. I say, would you take that down and beat someone to death with it?
He kind of thinks for a moment and he goes, "Well, if it meant saving my life, then yes."
Was my life in danger? I didn't see any blades. I didn't see anyone actively trying to kill me. The fire must have been impressive, but I don't even remember most of the night. I mean, I don't have any scratches. I don't have anything more than a couple scrapes, a couple bumps. There's no reason to try and sully my art with bloodshed. That being said, I do know how to use my flames in a more defensive manner.
Distractions.
Yes and no. It's not. It's rather hard to explain, and it's not something I enjoy doing because it feels like it feels like it's disrespectful, and Flame is nothing but a stickler for respect. Because if you don't respect her, oh, she'll burn you. And as he says that, he's kind of starting to scratch at the giant. There, basically, he's got a burn patch that goes down the front of his shirt, and it goes actually down his neck and under his shirt a little bit from a past kerfuckle, we'll say.
Kerfuckle. He sits up and he goes, "Ah, I see now. It's well, that does make sense, I guess." Hmm.
Consider it like an animal. If you disrespect an animal, what's it likely to do? Is it likely to help you when you call, or is it more likely to turn and bite you?
I guess that would depend on if you trained the animal.
Doesn't matter how well trained an animal is. If you abuse the animal, if it does not trust you, it's not going to follow you, and it certainly won't help you.
Right? He takes a moment and he goes, I do believe I understand you a little bit more there, Mr. Crip.
Yeah. But yes, well, I'll finish reading these books this evening if possible, and we'll see what else is in them. Maybe there's something else useful in the rest of the books.
Like, by all means, just don't remove them from the property. They were very expensive books.
Oh, no. Obviously, I wouldn't steal. I'm a dwarf, not a thief. I'll quite happily sit here and read them in here or in the room that's being readied for us.
And he's like, yes, Sharon should be near done. However, on that last note of you talking about dwarves and being thieves, a few years ago, I remember one dwarf tried to break in here once. I wasn't here, honestly. My gods caught him and put him in the cell. I wonder if he's still there.
Well,
Oh well.
yeah, well, if he's a thief, dwarven thief specifically, it's no, that's a no.
He's like, yes, well. He looks up and you see him kind of look off and like you see a painting on the wall and it's just rolling hills and some trees and some things, and he looks at it and he goes, Miss Mildland. Well, it is a new day. I have new friends. Enjoy the wine. There's a few things I'll need to attend to. He kind of scoots himself up,
Okay.
puts the chair back, and he goes, feel free to drink the wine if you wish, and Sharon will attend to any of your needs. And he kind of he's like,
With a nice big shit-eating grin on him. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems very happy about the outcome of the bet. And he goes, I'll be back later this evening. Please, my home is your home. And he walks out the same way you guys came in.
Before you leave, do you happen to have a cheap bottle of strong spirits that I can have? There's a nothing too fancy, nothing you will regret giving away and having never returned. Just I don't want to go rifling through and find something and find that, oh, that was your special bottle that you never open.
He thinks for a second and goes, how about this?
Mm-hmm.
When Sharon comes to get you for your rooms, ask her. I'm sure she would love to find it for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to continue reading, and I sit down and continue reading the books.
He gives you a slight nod. He doesn't like bow, but he just gives you a nod and he goes, I'll be back later this evening. And he heads out the way you guys came in.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Well,
excellent. I just continue reading for a little bit.
While he's reading, I'm going to take my bag of corn and I'm going to actually carry. No. There's a reason. There's a fucking reason. I'm going to actually.
It still sounds dumb.
It is
bag of corn.
It is incredibly stupid, but it is so fucking necessary. Basically, I'm taking my bag full of corn into the kitchen. I'm going to try and find a rather large pot.
Okay.
And I'm going to start prepare. I'm going to put water in. I'm going to try and find water for the pot. I'm going to basically start to bring the pot to a boil while I'm after cleaning the corn outside.
Right. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
A perception. Let's say.
Yep.
Never
Okay.
fails. Never fails.
All right. You walk into the kitchen area. It is very large. There's a big island in the center. There's various pots and pans that are hanging up above it. You see multiple large stone ovens on one side.
Mm-hmm.
This place is very, very nice. You see drawers and stuff, and things are labeled like cutlery, or it's got various different things in it. And as you're in there, and you get a big enough pot, like a large, very large, like stew pot.
Mm-hmm.
And you notice that they have a hand pump water.
Wow, they've got a water well in the house. Fancy.
Well, when you own land, it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
But no, you're gonna boil it and do all that and break it down and do what you need to do.
Sorry. One more time.
Oh, your plan. You're gonna make more powder for your.
Yeah. Well, basically, at the moment, I need to shuck all the corn, and I need to boil it to clean it, basically.
Okay.
And then after that, it's steps, 2, 3, 4. Step 1 is boiling the corn. So.
Yeah, I don't need a complete breakdown. I just need to know kind of what you're going to be doing.
Yep.
All right. You start shucking the corn and you start doing what you're doing. Something startles you as you hear a.
What the hell?
As you look over, you didn't notice this person before, but there's a very old man wearing what appears to be like nice brown robes, sitting in a corner next to what appears to be a cask of some kind. He's got like a dribble coming down one side and his little scruffy little beard. And yeah, he's just passed out, just sitting in a chair.
Not my land, not my kitchen. I'm just getting what I need and getting the hell out of here. So, I guess he's enjoying whatever the hell that is in there. Just
all right. Fair enough.
Just what? I'm not stealing. I was invited in. I mean, I was told to make use of the house. So I am.
Make yourself a home. Yep.
Yep. Pretty much. Do. Dum.
Yeah. My guy's sitting there reading his books.
All right. You're reading the books, Drux, and Ivor wasn't the best note taker. He complains a lot about how the workers aren't working as fast as they should. The stone that they are bringing in isn't of the best quality that he asked for. He constantly mentions that he's being underpaid and overworked, and how come his servants are not servants? How come his assistants are not doing any of the extra work that they need to be doing to make this project function? Typical
old grumbler.
Old grumbler, complaining about the help. Nothing seems to be going right. The gold isn't flowing like it should.
Back in my day, it was built like this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh, my day. Yeah. He's just grumbling about things, constantly complaining. That's a lot of what the first book is. He's talking about how he was trying to work with one of the engineers to build a tunnel under the river. He's talking about how to line up the structure for potential attack, where they're going to do their defenses for this particular place. The first book is a lot of just him, really just his ideas, his feelings about the project, and complaining about these short beards aren't doing what they need to be doing. They complain too much about the work and they drink too much ale. Just little things like that.
Yeah.
Ignis, where are you gonna cook your corn? Where are you gonna do? Are you gonna do that in the kitchen, or are you gonna do it somewhere else?
I was actually going to take it outside. So basically, I'm going, because it's gonna be a really messy affair. I'd rather do it outside, so that, oh look, if I drop shucks of corn on the ground, it's fucking nothing.
Okay. All right. So you take the items outside.
Yep.
As you head out the door, do you go out the way you came in, or do you want to try and find another way out?
Um, from where I am, do I see another door lead that I could tell leads to outside or potentially outside?
Potentially, yes.
I will, before grabbing and carrying anything, I'm gonna just go around, open the doors, and see. Okay, does this one lead outside, or can I tell it leads outside, or
Okay.
yeah, just.
Um, as you sort of start meandering through the house,
Mhm.
you notice that there's a few bedrooms. There's like a washroom. You can see definitely tell where um, someone hasn't been into in a very long time. Like there's just like a layer of dust over
Yep.
like freshly, uh, almost everything looks like it should be there, but it has a layer of dust on it.
Mhm.
And then eventually you find your way out back.
Okay.
And as you open the door, you see a large, very large fenced-in area. You see various like a small orchard, a little farm growing. Just some basic stuff on the outside of what a lord would have.
Yep.
You see like a stone well. You see a couple of servants out and about who are just doing things, tending the garden. Um, yeah, it's still daytime. A little afternoon maybe by this point. Um, she's gonna pick a spot and get to work.
Um, Actually, I'll because there's servants around. I'll ask: is there anywhere that's just a large patch of dirt that I can go and start a small fire at?
All right.
Like
Um,
basically, I'm just I walk up and start talking as I'm walking up to him.
okay. You see one guy. He seems to be like raking leaves off the ground. He looks at you and he goes, "Large patch of dirt. Well, I have one. Just a moment." And he puts the rake down,
Mhm.
and he kind of thinks there for a second. He goes,
It doesn't have to be too large, just something so that if there's any embers, there's no chance of dry leaves catching a flame.
"He's like, I see burning. We do have an area for burning refuse. He kind of points over further away from the house.
Mhm.
He goes, head in that direction. You'll see basically what we burned leftovers and
That'll work. Thank you. And with that, I'll. Am I? I did say I left everything in the kitchen, correct? Or were you
yeah,
assuming?
you left everything in the kitchen.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll start heading back towards the kitchen to gather everything up.
All right. He just sort of like, hmm. Oh, you hear him say, Lord Alden has some very interesting people over. Well, that should be interesting. And he started raking again.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, they're at it again.
Pretty much. All right, Drux.
Indeed.
You get through the first book, and you chuckle at a lot of this guy's just insight into how dumb it seems that they are trying to build this small little outpost uh, on next to this river. They had no plans for any like docks or anything like that. It was just like a stone outpost.
Yeah.
And he mentions that it's useless. Why should we have um, put all this work if we're not going to use it to further the dwarven cause? But yeah, no, I mean the first book was just him talking about the structure, everything like that.
Does it give me an idea of where there's any entrance at all?
But the first book, not really. However, once you get into the second book, this is more of his plans, his architectural ideas. It goes over entryways, things that they're planning because they're trying to plan for the future of this particular output. Well, he is, anyways. And as you're flipping through it, there's a lot of like hand-drawn maps of the area around it, where they're doing. There seems to be hand-drawn like tunnels. Like you're looking at this, like you don't really have a lot of experience in this area per se, but you are an engineer and you kind of understand how things are laid out when someone's planning something. You see the entranceways are marked with like large circles, and then they have the rune for entry written on them. And then you see like the paths laid out, all very meticulously done. Like his handwriting is shite, but his map work is amazing. Like this is ability to transfer his ideas on a page are top notch.
Would I notice there was any entrances or any part of the network near where the bar was?
All right, you notice that. Let's see if this works this time. Maybe. Image I was going to use. Why is it not here? Hang on, I got a thing of the map. I got a map here for you.
Excellent.
Is this one? No. Well, that's just strange. Doesn't appear to be on here. Oh, anyways, as you were going over and looking, you see the tunnels that go underneath the river, and they sort of branch out in various directions on both sides. Based on your knowledge of what you've seen now and where you were, there are entryways into the Kesselgurt that is not really used anymore. You see all the entryways, and they're kind of mapped out on Ivor's map, but you don't know any of them from current day.
Yeah. Okay. So, has the lady come back yet at all?
Right. You get about halfway through the second book, and Sharon comes out and she goes, that pompous ass is gone. She comes over and sits at the table, puts her feet up, pours herself a glass of wine, and she's like, it's been a rough 2 years. She takes a drink.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, these things happen. You make a bet, unfortunately, you got to stick to it however little you like it.
And she's like, who'd have thought he'd be so good with a whip?
Well, yeah.
And she like puts the glass down, grabs a bottle, and she just starts chugging out of the bottle.
I just look
kind of slams it down, and she goes,
yeah.
So, what's you and Alden doing? I'm a bit curious.
Well, I'm reading through these books, which have come up with some interesting things. By any chance have you got a spare map of the city lying around that I can draw on, if possible, or some blank parchment? Preferably both.
She kind of eyes you like you're gonna boss me around, you know.
And, I'm politely just asking her, have they got any, sort of thing.
You can tell that she's been asked a lot. And she goes, I do believe we have some in the storage room. I will procure some for you momentarily. She just starts chugging out the bottle again.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'd appreciate it.
After a few large gulps, she goes, oh, I love it when he's gone.
I just laugh. Yeah, well, that's what happens when people order you around, unfortunately.
She's like, yes, unfortunately, I don't get to order him around.
Not yet. At some point, though.
It's like, no, I've learned not to bet against Lord Alden. Sorry, Alden.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, next time maybe you might win, maybe you might not. Or like I said, you won't try again. Either way.
She's like, you're pretty funny, dwarf. What's your name?
I am Drux.
Drux. I see. You're not like the normal dwarves. You seem a bit more polite.
Well, I've grown up in this city with a lot of humans, to be perfectly honest. So I'm just more used to the way humans do things. Obviously, a bit different than how dwarves do things.
She's like, that is true. She takes another drink out of the bottle, kind of tips it over and realizes it's empty, and she just sort of like gets up, walks over, throws it in a bin, comes back, sits back down. She goes, so you need paper, you need parchment, and a map, you say?
Please.
And she's like, well, I think grandfather had a map here. Let me go look. And she kind of sits up and kind of situates her clothes a little bit, tucks her hair back. I'll be back shortly.
Thank you very much, lassie.
At this point, Ignis, as you walk in through the door that you exited, you notice that Sharon is. She seems to be more relaxed. She's got a different attitude about her. And she looks at you and she goes, huh, outside, were the servants working?
From what I could tell, but I don't know them, so.
Well,
I mean,
like, well.
some of them were picking up sticks. I mean, they could have been just picking up sticks because they like sticks. I don't know.
She kind of chuckles. She goes, yes, peasants and their sticks. Anyways.
Yes.
I have to acquire
Peasants.
some items for your friend. And she politely bows and she says, excuse me. She walks in.
Before you go, do you happen to have a bottle of cheap but strong spirits that I can have? The Lord said that you might have a better idea than him. It's something that like, I wouldn't expect to get back though, so I don't want to just assume.
All right. She crosses her arms in front of her and she gives you this like sly look and she goes, here. And she reaches into like a pocket and she tosses you a coin, not a coin, a key. And she goes, cellar's 2 doors that way and down. Fetch it yourself.
Okay. And I catch it and it's like, okay, I'll only need 1 bottle, so.
And then she goes, oh wait, look on the rack with the silver plaque. That is the ones that are the highest alcohol content.
You do understand? I wouldn't expect to get any of this back. Yes.
She's like, truthfully, I don't really care.
Fair enough. I'll be sure to bring your key back to you, or leave it somewhere where someone will be able to return it to you.
And she's like, I've got plenty to spare. And she heads off into another room.
Well, because I've been handed this key, it's like, okay, may as well get this done too. I'm actually going to head straight to the cellar and see what I can find.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you head that way, you pass by like one of the entryways into the kitchen, and you hear that guy just snoring away still.
Must have some really good stuff in there.
Then, you find the cellar door.
Yep.
It has a large like iron lock on it built into the door itself. As you insert the key and give it a twist, you hear the gear workings on the inside. And you hear the latch click. The door slowly.
Door. Booze. What? No, whatever. Sorry, my guy's just kind of mumbling about how much extra nobles are, because why do you need a special door for your alcohol?
It's a bit weird, but they lock it for reasons.
Obviously, I just don't understand them.
As you open the door, there's a stairwell that goes down. It goes down pretty far. It's like at least 15 feet down, and you notice that it's cold here. It's dark. There's like no torches or anything. The only light you have is from the doorway that's going down.
Is there is there like a lantern or something nearby that, like on the stairwell or anything that?
As you look around, you notice that there's a multitude, like a rack of lanterns, each one holding about 4 of them, and they are heavily encased, like thick glass, Very nice metalwork that goes around them. They're oil lamps. And they've got like a little pump on them. And you see a uh, an igniter. I forget the term I was thinking of, but
Flint and steel kind of deal.
Yeah, flint and steel. It's got a little wick. You just gotta hit it and it'll light up.
Well, fortunately, I do not need their flint and steel because I actually keep basically that part of my tinderbox just in my pocket because of fire. And I'll grab one of those lamps and light it and start heading my way down now that I've got a little bit of a lantern light to keep me from tripping, falling, breaking my neck. You know, all the fun stuff of heading down to deep, dark dungeon of ooh.
All right. As you walk down, you grab the lantern and you give it a couple pumps just to get the oil into the wick. You light it up and it doesn't explode, but it just sort of lights it. For a moment, you get the vision just sort of like blinding for a moment, and then it just sort of everything sort of comes into play.
Yep.
But you see racks on racks, just wine. You see like salted meats. This is their cold storage basically, and yeah, there's just a ton of shit down here.
Okay, she said silver plaque, and I'm just walking down, trying to find this silver plaque.
You see various there's a lot of bottles down here of just stuff, just wine, whatever it is. You eventually come across one that has a silver plaque on it. It's large, it's maybe 3 inches by 10 inches. And it's got just what you're assuming as it's an engraving of some kind. You can't really read it. It doesn't really make sense to you, but it has like a few numbers since you can read, and just letters.
I can read.
And yes, and since you can read, it's just got like letters and numbers, but they don't make any sense.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah.
It's kind of like a serial code of some kind.
Right, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Something that makes sense to the person who knows what the hell is being said, but to everyone else, just it looks like gibberish.
Yeah, no, there's a few bottles here. They all seem to look the same.
Are there any of them that are obvious, since I know the direction that this is going, are there any that are obviously rather important to whoever put them down here?
On this particular rack, they all seem to be the same. I mean, there's no different markings, no cork markings, nothing. They all seem to be identical.
Is there possibly a? I know so that some wineries and stuff actually have little tables nearby so that people can open up a cask or whatever and taste whatever's in there. Is there a way for me to open one of these bottles up and get a whiff of how strong this alcohol potentially is?
Yes, there is actually. Near the center of this area, where all the wine racks are, you see a small table. There seems to be a box that is closed on it.
Okay. I'll grab one of the bottles off this nice, elegant freaking thing, and I'm gonna go carry it over and see what's in this box. Hopefully, try and find a way to open this sucker up because I need to know about how strong I'm working with.
Okay. As you take the bottle, some of the dust kind of falls off of it. It's been down here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
You walk over, set it on the table. The box is not locked, and as you open it, there is a series of small glasses. This is like a sampler box setup. You see various corkscrews, different ways to open different sets of bottles.
Yep. Grab the corkscrew and start opening this damn bottle up.
All right. You get it in there and give it a tug, and boom. And the second that it does that, you can just smell the alcohol content. It is potent.
Woo!
Like Molotov potent.
Mm-hmm. Putting the cork back in, putting everything back the way it was, and taking that bottle, and it's like, yep, this is gonna work great. And
oh yeah, it's a pretty standard size bottle.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like as soon as you pop it open, it burned your nostrils. Almost.
Yeah.
That's the good shit.
So you said that there isn't anything on the label that makes any kind of sense to me.
Yeah, like the labels are there. Like like all the bottles you've noticed have like almost the same style of label. It's just numbers, letters. Like it's not. These are not what they would ship out. This is what they keep here. So there's really no identifying markers unless you know what their context is.
Right. Okay. And with that, I will start heading back up the stairs, extinguish the lamp, and I'm actually going to take the lamp with me outside because I saw that they do have quite a number of these things. I want to... There's oil in the lamp. I want to see if there's a way for me to work with that as well.
Oil in the lamp?
You said that these were oil lamps, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, after extinguishing the lamp, I am going to continue to carry the lamp with me, though.
Okay, so you're going to go gather all the things and head outside?
Yep, start heading back outside.
Perfect.
So I can start mess with my corn.
So weird. Corn!
Yes!
No worries. All right, you head
Why
out.
are you guys doing the cultured thing, sitting there reading books?
You're in the study with the wine. All you're missing is the cigar. Reading these.
Well, you say I'm missing cigars. I actually do have some.
Oh, you have some. Nice. All right.
I like cigars, and I have whiskey as well, so I got the entire thing.
Oh,
And I got my drinking horn right there as well, so...
Nice. All right, well, Ignis is off exploding himself. You see Sharon come back, Drux, and she's got what appears to be a scroll case, various ink wells, pens, and she walks over and she goes, sets it on the table, and she goes, well, this is everything I could find in Grandpa's study.
Oh, thank you very much.
You with what you're trying to do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I obviously take it off her. If I can, there is an actual map in there. I roll out the map, and I try and obviously, he said there's an inkwell and some quills, I'm assuming, there.
Yep.
I'm going to try and mark where all the old entrances that I haven't seen before are on the map.
All right, easy enough. As you do this, you notice that Sharon, again, walks around, sits down, puts her feet up, grabs another bottle, starts drinking out of it. And she's like, it's kind of weird having Alden at this point in time. Normally he only comes here during the winter. I don't know why he's here.
Well, no idea. Might find out while I'm doing this sort of thing. This entire place seems a bit weird and creepy to me anyway.
He's like, or she goes, yeah, I've been living here for the past about 5 years. Does get a bit creepy when there's no other servants.
Yeah. What's with the curtains anyway?
He's like, honestly, I don't know. Grandfather had them done.
It just seems weird having no natural light going in here, really.
And she's like, yes, everything is torch or candle here.
Yeah, it seems a bit odd and a bit musty because of that, unfortunately.
She's like, true. We do the best with the cleaning. However, what is it you're doing with the map?
Yeah. I point out to the... So, well, all these are entrances into basically underground tunnels that I'm marking to make it easier to find out where they all come out. Which I'm taking from these books here. I just point to the stack of the journals.
All right. Sharon looks at you and she's like, very interesting. She kind of leans on the table and she goes, you look studied.
Well, you don't get to be a dwarven engineer without studying.
And she's like, engineer? Never met
Indeed.
one of you.
Yeah, well, some of my family were engineers. Most of them, to be perfectly honest, are blacksmiths, which is where I started, to be honest. Being a blacksmith, and I sort of liked messing around with things and ended up, just becoming an engineer eventually. Took a long time of study and hard work.
She's like, fascinating.
Yeah.
I haven't really left the family grounds in a few years.
Oh. Well, you have a library in here, obviously. I'm assuming with all the books here. I mean, plenty of time to study into doing something.
Like, I only read when I'm entirely bored.
Yeah, it takes a fair bit of concentration and time, unfortunately, which, to be fair, us dwarfs have more of than you humans do, unfortunately.
She's laughing. She's like, that is very true. That is very true, Drox.
Yeah,
However, I think we live a good life.
Yeah, some people do. Some people live a lot more in that short amount of time that you guys have than some of the dwarfs do who won't even leave their holds.
And she's like, you make a fair point. At this point, you notice that she's starting to get a little tipsy. She's starting to sort of sit very oddly in her chair. And she's like, well, it is time for me to check on the other servants. She kind of gets up, stumbles a little, and she goes, one more year.
Yeah. Can you at least tell me which rooms that I'll be, me and my friend will be staying in, and we'll head our way up there when we get a chance?
And she looks at you and she goes, oh, yes, I must apologize. I kind of forgot you were staying. Head upstairs. There will be 2 doors, one brown, the other one a lighter shade of brown. Those are our guest rooms.
Thank you very much.
She's like, they are prepared. And if you need anything from the kitchens, speak with Larius. He should be in there.
Okay, thank you very much, lass.
And she gives you a nod and heads out.
After I finish with the map, I'll make a rough sketch, if possible, on the parchment that she brought of what the underway looks like in this area, just so we've got just a rough map.
All right, go ahead and roll me a dexterity check.
Indeed. Dex check.
Go and give yourself a plus 10.
Ooh! Told you it would bite me in the ass at some point. Apparently I'm crap at drawing maps.
All right. As you are doing this, you copy it to the best of your ability. However, it's a very crude map. If this was a diagram to something you were planning to be a lot better, but unfortunately in this case, it'll work, but it just won't be entirely 100% accurate. Hang on,
That's fine.
Heard something bang outside. I gotta
Go
go
ahead.
check.
Not a problem.
So I was just given the bottle of like $6,000 fucking alcohol to turn into fire shit.
Yeah. Apparently. And I keep doing alcohol cellar, which is great.
Yeah, but my guy's not a thief. He's not going to take anything. He said he needed 1 bottle. He's only going to take the 1 bottle.
Yeah.
But it is funny that, my guy decided, I see where this is going. I can tell that you rich snobs are freaking looking down on us. Okay. You gave me the key to the cellar and told me just grab one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to grab one. Bastards.
Yeah. Well, my guy's up in this fucking place drawing maps.
And failing miserably.
Oh yeah, I failed horribly on that.
At least you didn't put the fucking ink, the quill all the way through the fucking page and just kind of scratch the shit out of it.
Yeah. That could have happened as well.
No, Tig. We're not going to kill them all. We have to mock them all first. We might be able to kill them later.
Well, there may be some sort of fire in this house at some point. We'll have to see. Purge them all in
I gotta
fire,
go
they
walk my
say.
dog. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Not a problem. Purge them all in fire, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Doggo sounds happy.
Barkity bark bark.
Mhm.
Woof bark woof. Woof woof.
Yeah, like I said, dog sounds happy.
God, it's warm in this damn house.
Yeah, this house is weird.
It's warm.
Look on the bright side, though, if you ever want to torch the house that we're at the moment, there's plenty of stuff in the basement to do it with.
Nah, I don't need it. Let's just say I've figured out a couple things I can do with what I've got on me, and potentially what I could just find outside.
Yes. But... Someone's going to die in this episode by the looks of it.
Well, yeah.
Not us by the looks of it, but someone's going to die.
No, one of us is going to fucking die because of these goddamn failed rolls. I walked up into a kitchen and didn't notice the snoring fucking chef. That's got to be sitting over his fucking Bugman's.
Or he might have had one of them strong ass bottles.
No, he's sitting on a cask of this shit.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and assume he's not drinking the same swill as everyone else.
Well, he might be drinking that there moonshine.
If he's drinking that goddamn moonshine, then goddamn, I need him with that shit this week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you British bastard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of mead. I don't want no more.
I'm certainly not out of mead. It's great.
Well, yeah, you just opened a brand new fucking bottle, you bastard.
One of two, yeah.
Yeah, Tig, but I have to do it myself. It's one of those things. My guy has to do it potentially, on the road. That's why I'm doing it outside in an area where I can't just have, this big old stove and fucking, I don't have a stone, cauldron or anything. I have a pot.
Yep.
It's
I wonder how pissed he's going to be when he realizes I've drawn his map.
The grandfather who's probably dead.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, this eccentric asshole as well. I'm drawing on his grandfather's map.
The eccentric asshole who's made his sister his bitch for the last couple of years. Yeah, I don't think he's going to give a single fuck about that.
I'm waiting for her to stab the shit out of him.
Yeah,
and for me to give no fucks.
They're all fucking rich pricks. I don't give a fuck. Y'all are rich bastards. Pay me. They needs to pay me.
Yeah. My man needs to get back to his goddamn forge and start hammering. Oh well. Yeah, I can see this dude getting shanked for bitching around his sister.
Probably.
She is not happy.
some of the people on the restream chat are having issues apparently, or had issues.
Okay. The only person I've seen messages from so far is mainly Tig.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about on Discord.
And I'm assuming Clegg earlier as well, because there was someone
Sierra.
else logged in as TFB.
Me.
Ah, that was you as well typing some of that.
Yeah,
Fair
no,
enough.
that's the thing. Like, I can...
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Well.
Yep.
Yeah, that's me. Basically,
Fair
whenever I sent that message earlier that you're thinking of, I have the option of going through and sending it to specific chats,
Yep.
and it doesn't go through
Fair
the
enough.
other chats, so it's like, I can send it only to my chat, only to yours, only
Yeah.
to the YouTube, this, that, the other.
Fair enough.
Everything happens at one time. All
Of course
right.
it does.
That's how it goes.
It is indeed.
Yeah. All right. So, what are you two going to be doing at this point in time?
I still need to boil my corn, so...
All right. So you'll be out doing that.
And I'm assuming after I've done all my markings, even crappy map, I've still got one more book to read through.
Okay.
So I'll might as well get that finished this evening. See if there's any more useful information I can get out of it. My dwarf is nothing if not studious.
Well, being an engineer, you kind of have to be.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So, Ignis,
Right?
Mr. Krim, you take all of your items outside and you head over to the burn area where you see some other servants piling like leaves and garden trimmings and just things that they're trying to get rid of.
Yep.
And you show up carrying a bottle of alcohol, a large pot, and a huge bag of corn.
And a
And a
lantern.
lantern.
And a
And a lantern. That's right. Yeah, they kind of look at you. And they're like, can we help you, sir?
Oh, no, nothing to worry about. I need to do some preparatory work for my craft, and I needed a place that's safe from loose leaves that could potentially spread to the rest of the property.
All right, they're like, okay, well, I'll go inform Larius that you've taken his pot, but that's okay.
I was told to make myself at home by the Lord, so he can
Is
take
that-
it up with the Lord.
Very well. And she walks off. The other guy that's there is like, so, you cooking corn for food?
No. I recently was taught a recipe for just a bit of it's basically a powder that I can use to seem to breathe fire. It's nothing more than part of the performance.
I was like, you're a performer then.
Aye.
We don't get very many of them here at the estate.
Sounds rather dull.
I was like, yes, it is. I was like, but I've talked to you too much. I must get back to my duties.
No. You've brought up an interesting problem for all of you. Would you believe that everyone might enjoy a little bit of performance this evening?
He kind of looks around and he goes, I'll speak with Master Sharon.
If you do, all I will need, just to make things a little easier, is if you could provide a bit of alcohol, about yay big, just dregs of a bottle. I can do quite a bit of performance with that. This all needs to be prepped up before I can use it, and that'll take me the rest of the evening. Everyone's invited.
Again, I must speak with Master Sharon.
Fair enough. I'll be
He's
here.
like, I'll go do that now. And he Hang on, I
Go
gotta
ahead.
Right.
I gotta start a fire.
Yeah. Usually it's me starting fires at the moment. Now it's you.
Fire
Like a
fun.
complete role reversal. Yeah.
No. You have magical fire. I have mundane fire.
Yes, you do.
You sure you were charging?
And oh, it's gonna be fun. I have an idea.
Yeah.
No, Wayne, remember my freaking resistance. I haven't used it. It's the
I
end
know.
of the damn day.
Yeah. I guessed. If you set yourself on fire somehow and burn yourself, I'm gonna laugh my nuts off. Just saying.
I'm going to bring up the book one more time just to make sure I'm remembering this right. But no, seriously, it's gonna be fucking great.
My guy's the nerd of the group.
There we go. All right. So the servant walks back towards the house.
Yep.
And you just gotta go about doing your thing.
Well, basically, I'm going to pull a. I'm guessing they've got a couple smaller logs that I'd be able to just pull over and sit up. I'm just gonna make myself basically a small campfire to get going. At this point, I have a chance for a show, and even if not, then I've still got to mess with my craft.
Works. All right. I'll go ahead and say that you don't really need to roll for this stuff here. You've done it before. You're just setting it up. It's just going to take you time to do it.
Yep.
Okay. Drooks.
Indeed.
As you are going through the third journal of Ivor Broadshoulders, this one here is his personal thoughts. He misses his family. He's come from Karak, Kudrin, so pretty far away from Ubersreich. It's just his general thoughts. Nothing too important. His daily musings. He talks about some of the. He makes note, actually, of a few workers who do exceptionally well and those that don't. This seems to be more of like a report style book. And he starts going over like who's getting paid, who's on leave, who's coming back, the cycle of the cruise, when food shipments or supply shipments are coming and going. It's a very dry read, a lot of numbers, a lot of statistics, which you're used to because you're an engineer. But no, it's pretty much the account of the project of putting out this outpost here.
Okay.
And
Any
it
more?
is very expensive.
Yeah, oh yeah. Any more entrances and exits which wasn't mentioned in the previous book because it's later on in the construction, or not?
Okay. As you get near the end of this particular book, he mentions that there was greenskins spotted in the forest around their outpost, observing their actions. There was a few accounts where beastmen have tried to halt their progress, and they've had to battle them off. This is all written as an account of like, we encountered so many of this particular creature. We've lost like 1 or 2 dwarves. We've killed them off. He's basically, it's written as if it was just someone going or cataloging what happened, and there's no real personal feelings involved in any of the writing. Occasionally you'll see a note of like he'll be missed, or his family must be owed this. Basically a very, very in-depth account of all the stuff that's going on, but you don't hear any mention of any new tunnel work. Pretty much everything that's on the map in the book is what will be done at the end of his tenure as the Mason that's here.
Okay. So nothing else extra, just a case of having to fight now and again due to greenskins and now and again beastmen from the forest.
Yeah. Basically, everything in the second book was all the construction stuff, all of the planning, how much stone they're going to need, how often they're going to, it's a pretty well done thing. So
yeah. Okay. Well, I checked the actual map I've marked the entrances on and see if any of the entrances are anywhere near the bar that we were in originally, the fire or whatever the hell it's called.
Let me look up something here real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and give me another dex check with a plus 10.
Okay. Dex with a plus 10.
Okay, perfect. After reading all the books and sort of getting a better insight as to who Ivor was, you've reevaluated the map that you've drawn. You've made various corrections. You've gone through and labeled various things. You just sort of fixed it up at the end here. And sure enough, right where the Fire Maiden Inn or Tavern was, somewhere on the grounds there is an entryway into the Castle Court.
Oh, excellent.
But it is nothing that any dwarf that nowadays wouldn't really know about. So you're guessing maybe there was a collapse, or you guys just sort of forgot about the tunnels that go there.
Yeah, but thankfully I've got it on the map of the city now as well, haven't I? So I can at least know it's there and got a rough understanding of where the tunnels go. Thankfully, so it's like, okay, well, at least I can show this tomorrow to the my benefactor. For now, I'm gonna roll up the map, stick it back in its case with my actual drawn map as well, and take it into my room upstairs because it's been a long ass day. Been in jail, been sitting here studying all day. My guy's gonna go get some rest.
Right. The evening is approaching. It took you most of the day to read through all the stuff and just dedicate yourself to taking care of it. All right. As you are doing so, you see quite a few of these other servants come in now that you're sort of away from the books, and you've noticed that things have changed around you. Like there's people that appear to be stocking the bar. Someone apparently brought in a bunch of firewood you didn't even notice. Just things have sort of happened without you even really noticing. Probably because none of it directly affected you in your current point in time. And they're servants, so they're really good at not being seen in this particular situation.
Yeah. On the way past one, then I'll speak to one and say, "Excuse me."
Yes.
Well, I'm going up to my room now. Is it possible, by any chance, to get some sort of food sent up to the guest room for me, please? I've been down here all day with these books.
All right. She looks at you and she goes, very well. We will be serving dinner, and someone mentioned something about entertainment this evening. Not sure what that would be, but Master Sharon has mentioned it.
Okay, where is this entertainment going to be?
And she's like, it'll be in the room you were just in. We've been preparing for it this evening.
Oh, excellent. In that case, I'll take my food down there. I'm going to go have a quick rest first, though. That's okay. And I'll be back down shortly. Thank you very much.
Right. She just sort of gives you a nod and continues heading in the direction she was going.
Yeah, I take the maps now upstairs and put it in the room with the books as well for now.
Okay, fair enough. All right, the room itself is way better than any room you've been in. It has a large large bed. It has an actual mattress on it. Everything has been cleaned. The sheets are on it. It has a nice thick blanket. Multiple pillows. It's got various like shelves, and it's got some books on it, but they're more like just stories. Nothing too fancy. There's a couple little like desks and things. There's a writing desk. There's a few candles that are here that are not lit. Again, the windows have the sewn up curtains that are attached to the wall. There's a mirror on one of the walls, a small mirror, maybe 2 foot by 1.5 feet or so.
Okay. Well, I put all the books and the map on the little desk, sort of thing, and my guy will try and have a quick nap since he's had a long day of studying.
Quick nap.
Him,
Got it.
Yeah, quick nap before heading downstairs for food and apparently a show.
All right. Fair enough. As you put your things away and you climb upon the bed, it is not super soft, but it is very comfortable.
Excellent. This seems like a nice place to have a quick nap after a long day of study. And I just try and have a quick nap then for an hour or two.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a willpower plus 10.
Willpower plus 10. Okay.
All right.
Indeed.
As you close your eyes and you're on this bed, it's super comfy. You hear a scraping on the wall, just like. Oh, where's my water, dwarf?
What?
Right. You sit up in the bed.
Yeah,
and you must have been dreaming. There's nothing here. No one's in the room. Yeah, just a strange dream.
Okay. I try and look outside to see roughly what time it is.
All right. As you attempt to like wiggle the curtains, they don't really move. They're very firmly attached to the walls. However, you push it up against the window and kind of spread it a little bit, and you see daylight coming through. Or not daylight, but it's about, you maybe been asleep for like 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. It's like, God, Grumnir, damn it! And I get back into the bed and try and get my head down for another hour.
Right. You do so with no interruptions.
Oh, excellent.
All right, Ignis.
Hi.
You spend the rest of the day preparing your idea for your entertainment. During this time, one of these servants, the male, comes back and he's like, I've spoken with Master Sharon, and she has agreed to have you entertain us for the evening.
Very well. Do we know about how many people will be around, we'll say?
There are 15 servants on the property.
Yes, but is that everyone that will be in attendance? Are those 15 going to show up? Do those 15 have people from the outside that they are bringing in? Are 10 of them telling me they don't want to see the flames, as it were?
Well, I have spoken with Master Sharon, and she has relayed the message to the other servants. The only guests we have are you and the dwarf.
Ah, I see. All right. We're still in the area where they have all their burns. Yes.
Yeah, you're outside next to where like the burn pile is and all that stuff. Yeah.
Question: do they have a large pile of things to burn?
They have a multitude of smaller piles to burn, not really like a huge
all right
bonfire or anything going.
Okay. Well, no, not going. Do they have things ready to be burned?
Oh yeah, there's quite a bit ready to be burned. Yeah.
Okay. And with that go, okay, 15. All right. And with that, Ignis is actually going to go start gathering things for a rather large bonfire then, but still away from all the other flames.
All right.
He's
The
basically,
servant looks at you and goes, "We'll be outside for the entertainment."
well, of course. Where else would you like me to start lighting things on fire in a building?
All right. He kind of looks at you and goes, "Ah, I think Master Sharon wanted it to be inside. I don't believe I relayed the information properly to her."
No, that might be my mistake there. I have a rather grand idea. As a thanks for the patronage and the company and just the opportunity to hopefully bring some to bring something to the 15 of all of you. I would very much rather be able to do something to scale, we'll say, than have to do some minor. Basically, as he talks, he's actually got a bit of what seems like sticky paste on his finger, and with a snap, it actually goes off in a small little poof. No, there's no. It's basically acts like a flash paper. If you've seen that, it's just like a. It's like I'd rather instead of doing something like this, be able to to bring some enjoyment to everyone in a more grand fashion.
You do this, and he kind of goes, "Ah, I do understand now. Let me go inform Master Sharon about the change of venue."
Ah, not a problem, not a problem. And with that, Ignis is going to continue to. Basically, it looks like he's building a mound of just stuff that needs to be burned, but it's only goes up to about his knee.
Okay.
But it's in a circle around just basically a donut around an area.
Okay. So a donut of flammable material.
A donut that goes up to his knee of flammable material, yes.
Okay. As you are doing this, and the day goes on, and you're preparing for the evening, as dusk starts to settle in, you start seeing some of the servants coming out of the house. They're bringing what appears to be chairs. One of them is carrying what looks to be like a small cask or a keg of some kind. They're bringing out various dishes with like food and things on them. They set up like a small table. And then you see Sharon. She comes out and she goes, "Now, I was hoping to spend my evening inside with some entertainment, but I was informed that fire would not be good inside the house, especially yours. Is that correct, Mr. Krim?"
It's not just mine. When was the last time you had just an open flame in the middle of your dining room, we'll say?
Like,
especially with
she goes,
potential alcohol and other burning materials around. I don't believe that it would be a proper place for the show, we'll say.
all right. She's like, "Well, we did have one of those bright wizards once, with my grandfather."
Nothing I do is magical, so I do not have the absolute control that some wizards claim to have, and I will not pretend that.
She gives you a chuckle and she's like, "Fair enough." One of the servants brings her a chair with like a pad on it, like a seating pad, and she sits down and like the servants are serving her, which is kind of weird knowing now that you know that she's actually like part of the Alden family and is actually a
servant
noble, but they're serving. Yeah, it's just a weird.
They're serving the servant who's a noble,
right? And yeah, it's a little strange, but they're getting things set up for the evening. we'll go ahead and go over to Drux. All right, the evening is coming. Would you like to go out and observe the entertainment, or would you like to
Last
just
he
stay in
heard,
your room?
last he heard, the entertainment's inside, so he better find
Yeah.
someone.
I head down to where I last heard it was gonna be, sort of thing, to have my food and entertainment.
Okay. As you head down into the main entertainment room where like the table and everything was, you notice that most of the chairs are gone. Looks like someone raided the alcohol in the bar. The firewood and stuff has been someone stacked it very meticulously, and then looks like someone just came in and just grabbed a whole bunch, and it's gone. So whatever work they were doing earlier that you didn't notice has just been redone. Or undone. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, is there any servant anywhere near me?
Nope. The place seems very empty and devoid of life.
Where the hell's everyone gone? I walk around till I find someone. I'm assuming what, and ask what the hell's going on.
As you are walking around, you notice that you smell what appears to be food cooking.
I will certainly head towards the smell then.
As you head towards the kitchen area, you see this very old man in these nice brown robes, and he's got like multiple pots going, and his food is bubbling, and you hear meat like sizzling on one of the ovens, and he looks over you and he goes, "You're not a servant.
No, I am not.
Are you one of Lord Alden's guests?"
I am indeed, sir.
Ah.
So where is everyone? Because I was in the, I'm assuming the drawing room before, and there's no chairs or anything in there anymore.
It's like, they're all outside. Apparently, there's some entertainment this evening.
Yes, I heard that. I thought it was going to be happening in the drawing room.
So did I. But apparently they moved it outside.
Oh, what are we having tonight? When I point to the pots.
He looks at it and he goes, "Well, we've got some lamb. Looks like we've got some vegetable stew." And he looks over the pot and he goes, "Not quite sure what I put in there." And he kind of like wobbles a little bit. You can smell the alcohol on him now.
Does it smell like it's strong and good stuff?
Oh, it is. You want some. Like, that's how it smells.
Okay, I turn around and say, what is it by any chance you have been drinking, sir? And can I get some?
He looks at you and he's like, all right, this guy's got like a short white beard. He's bald. He's got like a friar tuck, balding,
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, you want some of my alcohol then?"
I can smell it from here, and it smells great.
It's like, it is very nice. And he walks over to the keg that's kind of stacked in the corner.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
And no worries. And grabs a cup. You hear him like he's pumping something. And you hear it like
like an old school bar tap, constantly having to do it to pump it
you
through.
Gotta fucking pump it, yeah. And he turns around and he goes, "This is the special brew." He kind of walks over and sets it down.
How big a glass or mug or whatever the hell he's handed me is it?
It kind of looks like a coffee cup, like maybe an 8-ounce coffee cup. Nothing too huge.
Fair enough. I take it and take a nice swig out of it.
All right. This, I don't know if you've ever had it, but apple pie moonshine.
Yes, I have.
All right. This is very akin to what this would taste like. Really strong, very pungent, and it is super tasty.
Not my favorite moonshine, but yeah, still quite nice. I have to admit, my favorite moonshine was like a Bakewell tart moonshine. That was delicious. But yes,
nice.
I like apple pie moonshine. Yeah, I'd take it. It's quite strong.
Oh yeah, it's been Yeah.
Yeah.
Last moonshine I had, I think, was like 40 proof or some bollocks. So yeah.
It's very, yeah, it's pretty bad. Alcohol content is good. Kind of gives you a slight burn on your tongue a little bit as it goes down your throat.
Just,
You're kind of like, ah.
And all he hits
But,
the lip smacking of.
Yeah.
It's pretty stout.
Yeah, this looks pretty nice.
He's like, I think that's what I put in. I think that's what I put into that pot. And he looks at this little boiling pot. He's like,
I stick my head over if he laps me and just give a quick sniff.
it does smell like the apple pie, but you notice that there's meat boiling in it. And he's like,
So like a beef and ale stew sort of thing.
kind of, yeah. And he's like, oh. He looks at you and he's like, kind of curious as to what that would be like.
I say, well, bring me some of that, please, and some of the lamb, because yes, lamb. And thank you very much. And I take the rest of the mug out with me to say which way to the entertainment and food, please, sir.
He looks at you and he's like, oh, just go out the back door. There's the garden, and it's at the end. You should see the people out there.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the drink. And I take a stroll out.
He's like, anytime, I'll drink with a dwarf.
And I raise the glass, take another swig, and continue out.
All right. He goes back to stirring some of the pots. And as you head outside, you see the servants at the end of the garden area. There appears to be like a burn area where they have like piles of things. And you see Ignis kind of standing there. You're not quite sure what he's doing at this time. Mr. Krim, what are you doing?
What I'm doing is actually, I'm pulling my cloak out of a thing of cooled water with, it looks like some nasty water. It's mud water. I've had my cloak soaking in this for a little bit. It's not the most pleasant, but it'll do for short-term safety precautions for the idiocy that's about to happen. Well, everyone, I'm guessing that there are 15 people around me at this moment.
There's looks like to be 13-ish. You're guessing some of the people haven't been out here yet, or you see Sharon, you see the other servers that you met.
Does it look like they are all ready to begin, I should say? Does it look like they're waiting for someone to show up, or does it look like anyone gives a damn?
No, it doesn't look like they really care. If someone misses out, they miss out. It's on them. However, you do see Drux walking up towards you from the house.
Ah, okay. Drux, I see that you're coming out.
Grumney is beard, and damn it, it's you.
If you don't want to be out here, feel free to go back inside. But I believe everyone out here will enjoy enjoy what happens.
I'm out here for the food. And then I see
what's her name?
Yeah, is it Sharon, if I remember correctly?
Sharon, yep.
Yeah, I see Sharon, and I go and sit next to Sharon if there's an empty seat near her. Or if not, I'll drag one.
All right, you pull a chair over and you sit next to Sharon.
Yeah. So, Sharon, have you tried this stuff yet? The moonshine stuff.
All right, so she's like, not that. No, that's hilarious and stuff. I've tried it, and it's just not for my tongue.
I quite like it, I have to admit. It's pretty potent stuff. I take another swig.
Right, she kind of like gives you this look when you drink it. Like, she probably drank it before and had some really bad reaction to it.
Yes. I'm like, this is not too bad. It's not as good as a good stout dwarven ale, unfortunately.
He's like, yes. You dwarves and your ale.
Yeah. I literally just sit there chatting to her about, well, different types of alcohol sort of thing.
You start talking about alcohol.
Yeah, basically.
Booze.
Pretty much.
Booze.
The servant that I asked to bring me just a small bit of alcohol, has he shown back up yet?
Sorry, who?
Back when I asked, if anyone would like to see some entertainment, I said if they want me to If they,
Oh, that guy, right?
Yeah. Basically, I just
yeah.
asked for
After
a couple shots of it.
after a few minutes go by, you see some of the servants that weren't here
Mhm.
coming out, along with the old bearded guy you saw in the kitchen.
Okay.
In the brown robes, he's carrying there's like a platter of things. The other servants are carrying things as well. Yeah, they kind of walk out, sit up on the table that's out here. You smell meat, stew, stuff like that. They start to dishing up food for everybody, and the guy walks up and he's like, "Here's an amount that you acquired," and he kind of hands you a bottle, like a small cup.
Yeah, I look at it, I check to see how much is in there. That is perfect, and I basically get set up near the ring that's been set up. Now,
Okay.
one thing that no one would be able to easily pick out from where everyone, I'm guessing, is sitting, there is a small little clear patch. Basically, it's a path to get from the outside to the inside of the ring, where there's no twigs, there's no leaves, there's nothing right there.
All right.
But it's little seen. It doesn't really matter too much, but it's just a small path, so it's not something I'm going to trip over on the way in. Yeah.
Hey, this is your show right now, man. Just grab it how you want.
Okay.
What I'm hearing is funeral pyre.
That's kind of thinking the same thing. A good witch burning.
Not no goddamn witch.
We'll see how the rolls come into play.
All right. Is everyone ready?
Now you see some people kind of sit down. They kind of lean forward their chairs a little bit. They all got like little, they're sitting there like on a table where their food's at, and they're like, they look at Sharon. Sharon's like, you guys can enjoy the evening. I don't.
Before they've even gone any farther, I slap my hands together real loud. But when I do this, it acts again like that flash powder, but in a much bigger reaction. Just boom! Okay, I asked if everyone's ready.
All right, they all kind of like stare, and they're like, whoa, like, you definitely have their attention.
There we go. Come on.
I'm just sitting there eating my stew.
I guess the dwarf didn't enjoy that. That's okay. They kind of have their heads in the ale, and that's about... No, wait, they kind of have it up their own asses sometimes, too. Damn. Anyway. For tonight's entertainment, I just have a little bit of a story to tell all of you. And as Ignis is talking, his hands are basically just doing some of this, but there's little poofs of smoke. Very clear smoke coming every time his hands kind of, scrape against each other. It looks like he's starting to smoke. Just from how often it's happening. I want to tell all of you about... what story? What story would be best? It's a story I heard back when I was growing up. About a woman that was known as the Mother of Flame. Now... And as he does that, it looks like he's starting to breathe just a little bit of fire.
Okay.
The Mother of Flame she was revered as a god, unfortunately. Her followers, they brought her up a little too high in her own praises, and she let this attention go to her head. They built towers, they built monuments, they sacrificed. Unfortunately, at one point they decided that she needed to be the god above all gods. I guess everyone here can imagine how well that would have worked. She was not a god. She was just mortal. She was just human. Or elf, depending on which end you believe.
Bloody pointy-eared git.
You see some of the servants look over and they're like, okay. They seem a little nervous. They're enjoying your story though so far.
Yeah. Well, at one point she came into a bit of power. Something that did actually terrify many, many people. Some believe that the gods were terrified, and so they cursed her with a bit of flash. And again, there's that nice poof of fire from his hands.
Okay.
Now, as he's talking, he's beginning to kind of pace back and forth. Still, his hands still seem to be smoking. Not on fire, but just little plumes
Just
of...
little puffs of smoke.
Just little puffs of smoke. Because she let this worship go to her head, she decided to use this power to try and attack a small town here and there. Oh, you do not follow me? Ah, well, your crops don't need to be there, do they? Oh, your ruler believes that he can control me and call on my aid. No, his building is not free of the flames, we'll say. And now, as he's walking, he starts heading closer to the donut. Just talking. He's actually as he walks by though, he does grab the glass of alcohol that was brought out, and just says, "Unfortunately, her little game did not play out as well as she'd hoped. She started to disrespect her own abilities. She started to overestimate her own ability. And with that, unfortunately, she found that everything and everyone can burn. But unfortunately," and with that, he's walking into the center of the ring now. She realized that she was a mother in flames, but not a mother of flame. And with that, he takes a basically gets all the alcohol from the glass in his mouth, tosses the alcohol out of the ring as far as he can, and then does a big puff of fire above him. But when he does this, the ring around him ignites because of all the oil he managed to lace throughout this thing. He's been sitting in a powder keg, effectively, of alcohol vapors. He is suddenly surrounded by the flames. Now!
All right, at this point, go ahead and give me a entertainment roll, fire performer.
Okay.
With a plus 20.
Please work. Ha! Yes!
Yeah.
All right. As you do this, you blow the fire out, and the donut around you just ignites in flame. And everyone's like, "Whoa!" You hear the crowd just sort of, they're taken aback by just the sudden burst of just, this inferno that just appeared in front of them.
Uh-huh. Now, while she could not completely control her flame, she did learn in an instant before her untimely demise 2 key facts about flames. 1, no one can truly control them. And as he's talking, the fire that did erupt around him, it completely covered him for a bit. But it started to slowly trickle down. You cannot completely control the flames. And as he walks out, he's actually got both his arms completely on fire at this point. You can't control them. You can't control the flame, but you can respect them. And as he does this, he starts to wipe it off, and it seems like the fire is coming off almost as if it's attached to some sticky substance that's just burning on the top layer.
Okay.
You can't control them. You cannot contain them, but you can... He just kind of cups both his hands, holding basically almost all the fire that was on his arms in his hands, shutting out. You can respect it enough, and it will be more likely to keep you from being burned. And with that, he's walking out of this now ring of flames behind him, but he is walking out of it. And little dwarf.
Aye.
What was that about pointy-eared people?
They're all git.
In Ignis's hand, he's got this little, almost wax-looking ball. He does a quick little shake, shows it's not ignited, but then he does a quick pitch towards Drux, and mid-flight, it actually ignites from the heat around him. And it's basically a flying fireball that about a foot before it hits Drux, it just poofs out of existence.
All right, go ahead and roll me a ballistic check real quick.
Okay.
I hope you fail this miserably critically.
No critical.
Not a critical failure. All right, as you huck it towards him, it doesn't really go in the direction you intended. Kind of veered off to the right a little bit.
Uh-oh.
And some of the servants are like, "Whoa!" And it lights up. Gives them a bit of a startle.
Yeah.
And then you hear it's like some of the servants start clapping.
Wow.
I get up and walk towards him, since he's now out of the fire. And say, what did I tell you about calling me a wee dwarf again? I just punch him.
All right. Do you want him to just hit you, or do you actually guys want to roll this out? Question, Drux. Do you want to hurt him, or do you just want to like nudge him a bit?
No. I'm trying to.
He's trying to hurt.
Hurt him a little bit.
Yeah, he's basically trying to just punch me in the gut or something.
Brawl.
Okay.
Ooh. Isn't that one you don't have, Wayne?
Probably not. No. Melee brawl. Yeah, I don't particularly have that one, so I wasn't expecting that to go particularly well.
So in this instance, if Ignis doesn't dodge or take any effect, you're considered helpless, and you take the damage. However, if you wish to defend yourself, you need to tell me what you would like to do to defend yourself, and then we'll do the appropriate roll.
Well, the only thing that he would do after seeing, basically, he's pulling back to punch him.
Right.
And Ignis is just going to take his hands and slap them together real quick in front of his face. There's nothing that's going to happen. No, there's nothing that's going to happen. He's just going to go.
Okay.
Just gotta make a show of it, eh? Just basically try.
My God, because he's used to dealing with black powder and shit.
Yeah, he's used to dealing with black powder, but he's also seen this guy walk out of a fire with nothing happening to him. And he also.
I'll consider that a intimidate. You can try to intimidate him to not hit you. So go ahead and give me a roll.
I can do that.
Fucking hell, that's wow, a 2.
Wow, critical success. 2.
Bam!
Okay, as you go to hit him, Drux, he quickly just real fast, and like for a moment you thought there's gonna be a huge bright flash like he did before. Just momentarily pausing you, and you kind of close your eyes to not be affected by this, and then you realize nothing happened.
Got your back.
I just literally call him an ass and just swing at him once more before walking off.
Well, I would have just kept walking anyway. I would have just done that quick flash and then walked.
You hear the crowd kind of clapping at you guys. Sharon is she's just doing this slight like the noble clap. And then you hear out behind everybody, you hear like a yes. I see now. And you see Lord Alden kind of walking towards you guys. He goes, I do apologize I missed most of your show, but the last few moments were rather entertaining.
I'm glad to have entertained you, sir. If I'd known that you would have been back around now, I would have waited just a little bit longer to let you enjoy the rest of it.
Unfortunately, my dealings didn't take as long as I Thought they were going to.
Well, I have some things to show you when we get back inside. You can do it either this evening or tomorrow morning.
I was like, we'll go ahead and do it tomorrow morning. It is rather late. And it looks like the servants have had their entertainment for the evening and their food as well. I will retire into my room.
What was the stew like I had actually in the end? The weird one.
The alcohol one.
Yeah, the one that we think was alcohol. Well, he thought was alcohol. He wasn't sure because he was probably wasted when he was making it.
Might have been piss.
Oh, Larius's meat concoction he made?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it was literally he was cooking it with the moonshine. It wasn't the best tasting meat you had, but it did definitely get you fucked up.
Yeah. On the way past the cook, I say, "Have you got any more?" And I hold the cup out. A little nightcap.
Oh, okay. He's like, he's sitting there. All of his food is gone off his plate, and he looks at it and he goes, "Oh, of course I have more." He's like, "Hang on." Like he starts rifling through his robes, pulls out what looks to be like a
hip flask of some sort.
Like a hip flask, yeah.
Yeah.
Opens it up and he's like, pours it in.
I'm like,
He caps it back up, puts it back in his robes, and he goes, "Hey, have a good night now."
Thank you very much. And I raise my glass and then start heading to my room.
I'll be
ahead.
gathering all my stuff up and getting ready to take it all back inside now that I've let the corn cook and now it's beginning to dry. I need to take the pot back inside. I need to find a place to hang up my cloak because it's wet.
It's wet, yeah.
It's wet.
As the fire burns down of the donut, Sharon walks up to you and she goes, "That was quite entertaining there, Mr. Krim." And she hands you a small pouch.
Oh, what's this?
She's like, "Entertainers must be paid, correct?"
True. I won't. I've never turned down a payment for a show if someone enjoyed it. I'll take it and I'll just kind of. I'll keep the pouch closed out of courtesy at this point. Just I don't need to see how much I was paid at this moment.
Just so you can note it in your character sheet, it is 3 silver and 10 brass.
Nice. Good
That's
pay.
a fair amount of money. Yeah.
Good pay. That's a week's worth of pay for me. Nice. I approve.
Yeah.
Well, the critical success on your entertainment kind of dictated how much you would most likely get. So, yeah. It was a fairly entertaining evening.
You lucky ass.
Double crit. It's fucking great.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, that was. This is where the roles reversed.
Yeah.
Anyways, Sharon goes up to you, Ignis, and she's like, "Perhaps later on this week we could have another show for the servants, if you're still around."
I wouldn't mind doing another smaller show, but a show of this size was more as a thank you to everyone on the property and the Lord. I'm glad he caught it as much as he did, but I have a feeling I may still have been in a cell if he hadn't have helped me out of there.
And she's like, "Yes, I've heard of your plight, but we must get this cleaned up. So I'll go and return to my." She kind of looks back at Eldon and she goes, "Servant duties." And they start cleaning things up. They start packing everything away. All the plates and stuff are, they basically scoop it off into what looks to be like a wooden, like a compost heap.
Yeah.
And they all start migrating back in. And all right, Drux, you see Lord Alden comes up to you and he goes, "I understand that you've been reading the books and you've done, you do have some things to show, but I am tired. My dealings were rather short but difficult. In the morning we'll discuss what you've discovered."
Yeah, not a problem. I'll quite happily get some rest in a nice comfy bed other than that cell that we were in this morning.
Right. He kind of gives a chuck. He puts a hand on your shoulder and he goes, "I see a good future with us."
Hopefully.
And with this, he goes to bed.
Thank you, sir. And I head off myself.
Out of curiosity, was there any food left in the kitchen for me since my guy wouldn't have eaten anything before this?
Yeah, there's quite a bit left.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go and just eat what you want, and then
Yeah, Grim would have
do
just
that.
grab some, some bread, some cheese, some meats, and stuff, and just taken it up.
Does he accidentally eat the mega strong
Nope.
moonshine soup?
No, seriously, he would basically make himself a fucking sandwich and then go to bed.
Right enough.
You've got to imagine he stood in a bonfire with him as the centerpiece. That's not something that you just want to do for the hell of it.
Yeah, which is why I was expecting it to be a pirate.
Ah, yes, but it wasn't. So ha ha ha.
All right. I gotta go get dinner and stuff made or started at least. We'll go ahead and call it for the evening.
Okay.
Let's go ahead. Let me check my notes. Yeah, why not? We'll go ahead and give you guys 125 XP,
Nice.
I'll certainly take that.
and then you can spend it as you wish.
Okay.
So you're letting us spend it between now and next session?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be nice. So you guys first go around.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. There we go.
Badum.
It's weird as a dwarf not having a weapon skill. I have to admit.
Yes, but you have black powder. Like
I
Later,
can have,
later
yes.
on, you're gonna be fucking devastating if it works.
Yeah, you literally have black powder weapons as your weapons.
That's my standard. Yes, I know.
As
It's going
your
to be
standard.
great.
Yeah. So
And by the way, thanks to everyone who was watching, and glad you enjoyed it, Tig.
Yep. I'm
thanks.
I'm super fucking surprised that those rolls worked. Oh my god.
Yeah.
No, like seriously, I had a backup plan, but it wouldn't have worked near as well.
Yeah. What many stats can I boost at the moment? Blessed skill, dex, intelligence. I might increase my.
So
Let's
one of
go
the things I
back.
like to do at the end of my gaming sessions is I just like to get general inquiries of how you guys felt about it, critiques, improvements, what you guys didn't like, what you guys liked.
I didn't have any complaints.
No, I didn't at all.
Okay.
Pace and everything was perfectly fine. So yeah.
Oh yeah, everything.
Because I know this is mainly the starter set stuff. Remember correctly? From what you were saying originally.
I'm loosely basing this on the starter set.
Yeah.
Basically, the only person that is even part of the starter set was Osana.
Okay.
So she's just a prominent character in Ubersreich. So she is like the lawyer of the city.
Gotcha.
So she is a major player. However, all the other stuff I like to just sort of homebrew things. So
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
no,
I prefer that way as well.
if you've read the starter set, you may encounter some things that are from it. But I always modify, like the Kesselgurt, right? The Dwarven Underways is actually a place in Ubersreich, and anyone can go there that's a dwarf, right? So
Yeah.
it's there. So
I mean, the only reason I knew what you were talking about is because, well, I know the rough lore of the Warhammer Fantasy Universe, especially with dwarves. So I sort of knew what you were on about, the underway and such like that. So, yeah. Cool. I'll certainly spend some XP.
Yep. Going to be
we're gonna finish up a couple notes, and then I gotta go get dinner made.
Yep.
No problem. Well, have a nice dinner, and I'm assuming we'll pick it up next Saturday.
As long as everything works.
Yeah, definitely. As long as everything works.
Yeah.
So if there's any changes, anything, I'll go ahead and I'll let you guys know on Discord.
Gotcha.
No problem.
But hey, thanks for playing. It was totally fun. I totally enjoyed it.
Yeah, so did I.
Yep. Great fun.
Maybe we'll get some more people on next time. We'll see.
Hopefully.
Fair enough.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Have a good evening, buddy. Right.
Now if I can remember how to get out of here.
It's all right. I'll sort it out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That'll work. He be gone. You closing it?
Indeed. Yeah, I'll close it and jump back on Mumble now.
Gotcha. All right. So if anyone happens to watch the stream, thanks for watching. If you haven't already, please hit the follow button. Like I said, we are going to try and get more of this next week. But I'm glad this session worked out much better than I thought it would have. I know I will not have those critical successes ever again. So, thanks again for watching, guys, and I should be back on here in a little bit with something. I'm not sure entirely what yet, but I'll figure it out. So, thanks again for watching, guys, and I'll see you all next time.